Need more light. Welcome, everyone. Greetings and blessings to you. I hope I'm not sideways. This is my Gnomi friend. Glad to know you. He's going outside my house with the sign. I'm trying to get my lighting set. Sometimes there's too much and sometimes there's not enough. So, but anyway, am I sideways or or is the picture right? Help me. Do I need to turn it? But anyway, I can continue. Right side up. I am, or I got to turn it. So anyway, I greet you all. Oh, I'm good now? Good. Okay. Thank you. I greet you all with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I do continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings that are in the universe and from the universe, etc. And so, excuse me, I still have a little chest congestion, but this podcast is going to be about the things that are pressurizing us. Cliff Hyde did a thing today. Actually, now it was yesterday. It might still be today for him, but and he talked about pressure, and so I can't remember anything to repeat from what he said, other than we're under pressure and it comes from different ways. And so I'm going to have conversation about, how I feel pressures, how I've seen other people, deal with these pressures. Have you felt any pressures, from the quantum, if you will? Because I tell you what, there's been today there was a couple of funky times. I don't know. I didn't feel like dancing, I tell you what. I feel like my insides are being rearranged from the inside out and from the outside in at the same time, which that's a good one, Felt like I was being stretched and pulled and pushed. This was strange. And so now I feel normal. But earlier this afternoon, I mean, I walk funny anyway, but no, but I mean, I was really trying to hold it together. I went to the store after I had to go pick up some meds, and I went to the store afterwards to get a couple of supplies because I'm going in for my eye surgery on Wednesday. What, Chloe? I know someone else come back here, that canceled their morning show saying their energies felt off. Yeah. So, but these pressures seem to be, it's, yes, thank you very much. I'm ready. I'm packed and ready. That's why I did the show at this time, was to try to share a 20 with anybody. But there are folks who've been talking about the chemtrails and the pressure we've been getting from the chemtrails. Now, these folks are like the Tucker Carlson kind of people, you know, not just you and me talking. There are higher muckety mucks talking about it with, you know, a million followers, you know, and it's like, what? So these folks are talking about the things we've been discussing for years. Chemtrails. Ooh, you know, even now you got to be careful with some of that. So, but so I might just refer to them as the trails. So, you know, they've been, you know, doing the trails a bunch. Even I've seen a cloud bank go by here about a week or so ago. And as the clouds went by and the rain went away like it normally does, you know, when the front goes by, above it and around it, they were spraying. I was like, you gotta be kidding. So there is that. Now, BP Earthwatch, I have been watching him for years. Jesse has a lot of good information, and he knows his way around the Lasco C23, and I don't. I used to. Somewhere along the line, I lost some memory. But so, in looking at the ferocity of that geostorm that came off of the sun, it put us way in the red for the G4. Um, and there's some that should be going on right now as I'm speaking, actually, because it looked like it was coming in about 12 o'clock, and it's about that time. So, in honor of these energies coming in, one of these days, you know, that old sun's going to do something. I hope not, but you know, one of the things that I think humankind and even today has gotten a little too, well, in a way, too ballsy. And you go, Dave, what are you talking about? Well, I mean, you know, you're gonna take on anything, and you know, no, there we've had catastrophes. Oh boy, you know, Mount St. Helens when it went back in the '80s, that was a big deal. Now they're talking about that um, the Mount Rainier, they gave warnings out, red warnings, like y'all should maybe evacuate on Friday. Now I've been to Seattle. Me and my brother, thank you, Danny, for the stuff. Me and my brother went all the way out there to Mount Rainier, drove all around that sucker, played on the glaciers up there, made snowballs, and had a wonderful long day on July the 4th of that year, 99. And it was like, it's massive, it's huge, it's beautiful. I just can't imagine, you know. And then somebody later on said, you know, that's a volcano, don't you? And I was like, what? Now, we only had a day to be able to be there. Um, but in that day, man, we was all over that mountain. Way up in the snow level, you know, we'd gone all the way up to they've got a cabin up there, a lodge for skiers. And so, but the fact that uh, Mount St. Helens is spewing some sulfur gas or something. Mount Rainier is really acting up, but hasn't spewed anything yet. And it's like, if you've seen how big the mountain is, and you get the feeling of its enormous size and depth, it's a big mountain. It's got all kinds of ice and glaciers on it, all the way up to that 14,000 something foot, I think. this butamus. But if a volcano goes off on that sucker, there are going to be chiropractic flows of hot water that used to be a glacier come steaming down that mountain at 150 miles an hour, 200 miles an hour, rolling down that mountain as fast as it can go. Ain't nothing going to stop it till it gets to the end. And they're ferocious. So I've been in flash floods, and water scares the crap out of me in those instances. And but for what I've had to deal with water, to if that was turned to lava, holy crap! And then what is it? Mount Etna, Vesuvius, the one over in Sicily. You know, it's pumping out. So it's obvious the planet is doing something, and it's being aggravated by these geomagnetic storms because think of it in this term, sort of like. It's sort of like, okay, just keep that in mind. It's sort of like. It's sort of like putting an egg in the microwave and turning it on. Now, it's going to agitate the inside that egg, and sometimes it will burst that egg, depending on how the microwave is, how high it is, the level of it. So the Earth is sort of like the same thing. So right now, we are in a cosmic place in the universe that is sending the Earth a lot of different types of waves. Okay. It's not just one, but it's the different types of waves. And they're the ones that came in from the sun. If you saw it on the graph, it was, tip topping off the red level. It was serious, hit we just took. Like, and the one that's supposed to be hitting right now. Now the good news is we're because it's dark 30, we're on the backside of that thing. So think about anybody in China or whatever on the other side of the planet right now. They are getting hit with that geostorm right now as I speak. So if you happen to be over there on that side, duck and cover, be safe. You might want to put your cell phone in the refrigerator, or something. It being like a Faraday cage. So but these outside forces, there are folks that will claim that all of this is due to the devil, that the devil is working, and that these things that I gotta say they're quinky dinky, they're coincidental for damn sure, right? But um this can be explained honestly with normal understandings of planetary fluctuations, with solar events, and now that we have the LASCO camera satellite things that have been through some mess, let me tell you. But the fact that they've been able to gauge them, show them, and the direction, et cetera, et cetera. And BP Earthwatch made an interesting comment today when he was sort of doing an update. Now, his was just a few hours ago because I watched it before I came on here, see what kind of updates he had. But Yellowstone's acting a fool. Off the coast of Oregon and Washington, there is an undersea volcano that is it wants to go. And so it's like, but what's going on? I mean, you know, is it Mount? I don't have any notes here, so I'm doing this on the wing, right, as I always do. But the one that's over in Sicily in the Mediterranean, you know, then all them people like standing on a mountain looking at it, and these pyroclastic, what is that? It, hey Barry, and who else is that? I really have to get my eyes operated on. Dominic, oh yeah, Wednesday's the day they're gonna. You heard several volcanoes in Italy. I can't remember the name of the one that's there. The one that went off. It's Etna or But anywho, they're standing on the side of this mountain, watching this pyroclastic flow coming down. Like, oh, look at that! Let me do. Hey, Margaret, let's take a picture. Like, do you have any idea if that thing were to spurt or burp with you that up that high on the side of that mountain, that you are going to be like turned to a crispy critter like that? You know, like, come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Hey. But, you know, let's all play volcano. You know, hey, I'm going to be the lava man today. Lava, 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 lava. Never mind. I'm in one of those moods. Have one with me. I'm at the 20. I said, yeah, I'm gonna do one. Then I kept on talking as I normally do. But setting up, thank you. I guess Mount Vesuvius is still over that in that direction, but you know there is a ring of fire, if you will, around the Mediterranean, like there is the ring of fire is around the Pacific. Obviously, the Pacific's bigger, but and so but the Mediterranean in that area it is similar, you know. And so, yeah, there are volcanoes, you know, all over the place over there. And in weird places like, that's a volcano? Yep. You know, showing up. And there are a couple of them that are underwater too. So, you know, you might not know for sure, you know, if you're going to get boiled alive, honestly. So if you start smelling strong sulfur smells and ain't nobody around that's been eating no beans, you know, you might just especially if you in one of them neighborhoods, you might want to test yourself, you know, like, where's that fart smell coming from? It's a walking and talking volcano. So, but anyway, the pressure. So, in listening to other podcasts, many of them, you know, like the Sean Ryan show, I'm not trying to drop names, but they have talked about in different interviews with different people about, you know, the pressure of being um, you know, a CIA operative, the pressure of being, you know, a Navy SEAL, the pressure, you know, pressure of warfare, the pressure of this, you know. And then when they got out of that and came back to the United States, the pressure of being normal, you know. Who is that? Steve Clark. Hey, how are you? Good. This is good Friday evening to y'all. It's still Friday evening to me because you know I don't change my clock. So you Central Time Zone folks, you know it's still Tuesday. I mean Monday. So cheers. So as pressure was discussed with some of these folks, and each one of the podcasters and you know they of course they've got their own opinion of what the pressure is at this time. Now, some of them have referred to the cosmic energies from the sun. You know, that man, we just got hit with a big old magnetic wave, and you know that so, and they have hinted that they know a little more than they're letting on. You know what I mean? They can't get too woo woo from their positions, right? But yeah, I can tell by the way they word certain things that it's like, oh, he knows more. He's just being safe. But took it right to the edge, you know, that, man, we're getting hit by these, you know, the one guy said, we're getting hit by all these, you know, magnetic waves from the sun. And he was showing the picture of how the magnetosphere was really getting hammered and how bad you know, that G4 was yesterday. And he was like, yeah, you know, if those waves were gamma rays, we'd all look like Hulk, you know, suggesting that, you know, guess, you know, these rays coming from the sun or out in space, hinting that, you know, we could all turn into Hulks, you know. Now I know that's like, oh, well, he was just joking, but you got to understand the undertone of that one, you know. He was saying, yeah, just replace this magnetic storm with another kind of something, and we'd all be, you know, talking gibberish to one another or something, you know. So that was I don't know who it was because I have flipped through a bunch of channels. But the fact that he said that, I was like, ooh, there's a person who knows. And it was on a big channel too. So um, it wasn't an NBC or anything like that. Nah, it was one of the, you know, like the News Nation or Next News or something, or anyway, and just reporting on a thing. But so it was other interviewers and interviewees that were talking about the pressures and that the pressure of the Pope being from the United States, the pressure of today, last night, having all those bombers bombed, the fact that they used drones, and the fact that a couple of days earlier, um, Russia bombed the crap out of Kiev. Now, I got to get this out because it's one of them. I'm holding it in. It's going to kill me things. And it's my opinion. Because think about this. Um, you know, um, President Trump is stuck with, you know, the lawfare that's going on. Can't get anything done. He can't follow through on his own executive orders, you know, stopped at every turn. All right. So before he even had the election, he was talking about, I'll talk to, Vladimir, hey, Vlad, and so, and he, in a way, he does have that um, relationship with him. Now, there's been a little kind of hubbub that Putin was sick, and that there were some things from Russia that it was like, oh man, there goes Putin's clone kind of thing. So, because they just yesterday, day before, put out the Biden clone, and I'm not so much about the clone, but could be. I was looking more as a body double because there are obvious pictures of Joe Biden walking down that corridor on the outside of the White House where they walk into the Oval Office or come out into the yard there, and he was a whole head taller than what he was the day before. I mean, he was just that much taller. And the way he walked and everything was like, that ain't Joe, because this guy was walking. Joe kind of shuffled and, no, this guy was walking. So here we are talking about the body double for Joe Biden and what's been going on behind the scenes with the auto writing. What I heard about what, what I heard about Putin, it's been several weeks back at least. It was after the first of the year and now, and it was back from here. So this is June, May. It might have been in April, but that there were folks that Putin hasn't felt well, and there are rumors that Putin's double is out, doing his handshaking and everything, and it was in the big news. It wasn't in the little news. It was in the big news. So it's like, now that's interesting. And then, but they said that before they talked about Joe Biden's body double, which look at some of the footage. This guy is taller. He looks like him in the face and everything, but he is obviously, where Joe's sort of like walking around and him and his head, he's about the same height. And then this guy walks out and he's like, everybody is at his shoulder. That ain't Joe. So anyway, they have been, playing us for the fool in a lot of ways. So the fact that Putin's supposed to talk to Trump, yeah, follow me on this. I'm weaving, but it's related. So the Don's going to have a conversation with Vlad, and they're going to have a good sit down and talk straight, motherfucker. They're going to talk straight. But what if the Putin they're showing to the public is not the Putin that Donald met before? And the fact that they would say, oh, yeah, and here he is out here trying to make a deal with Trump. And as they're doing this, they try to level Kiev with rockets and mortars and stuff. I don't think, and this is my 10 cents, I don't think Putin's in charge. I think his generals and everybody are doing this because this isn't like him to blow up his own people. Some of his generals are, because he's been working with some showing up hard-nosed radical Russian zealots, and they're in key positions, like in the cabinet there in Moscow. So look at what they did with pulling us out of Afghanistan. They left all that merchandise, for the Afghanis. What a nice present, Now look what they, done to other things, and it's just don't make sense. So what's to say? Here's Vlad wanting to make a deal with Don, and hangs up the phone and goes, "Yeah, buddy. Yep. Look, we're gonna talk again, and I'll see you over in Europe. We'll pick a place. What's a good place this time of year? Yeah, okay, all right. We'll talk and make a deal. All right, bye. Hey, Vlad, we just bombed Kiev. What? Put the phone down, and that's the next thing he hears is, holy crap. Now what does he do? I don't think Vlad's a shrewd player, but I don't think he would be talking to President Trump. I was very unformal there. Sorry. But I was thinking of them as the two characters, the Don and the Vlad, But anyway, so President Trump has done his best to try to keep these folks from fighting. And there are people say he doesn't care, and he's just a rich white dude who's you know um, prejudiced, and he don't care about nobody else but his rich buddies, and and he could tell because of the way Elon came in and took over the government, and all that kind of stuff. They say it. So I see the savings. I see where they've gone in and bullied through some of these grants and stuff, that they have spent buku bunches of money on. If you're going to spend money on something, send it honestly to where it's needed. They were talking about locally here that when they stop that money, that there's a local community center that didn't get the funding to be able to put on this program this year. And so everybody was like, well, Donald Trump has done this thing, and that just sort of stirs up the community. And I think to myself, back in the day, 20 years ago, when I was traveling around doing puppets, they would go out into the public. There's some rich folks around Tallahassee in southern Georgia. And it's like, go out and ask some of these rich people to finance this little summer camp thing for a couple of days and help them out. We'll put your name on a plaque, come on. And so, and some of them ladies belong to the garden club and all. And so, and they'll talk amongst themselves like, like hens in the hen house. But a lot of times they come up with some kind of solution now. So, but the biggest thing that they could talk about in the Tallahassee news was the fact that, the USAID had been pulled and that it was affecting the local community. Now, that is something, there should be a hotline somewhere that says, hey, we're down here in Tallahassee, and we just found out that our grant's been cut for our summer program. Is there any way you guys could reinstate it? Let me talk to Elon. Yeah, you guys, this is messing us up down here, buddy. You're rich enough, you could sponsor us, but we got a bunch of kids that need to be sponsored this year. Come on now, give us the grant or help us out. Come on, these people, they know people. I've been down in Tallahassee before. You're working for a program, and the governor knows who's may not have met you, but he knows what the program is, and so you get somebody to give him the number, and you call the governor, and you say, "Look here, Ron. We've had this thing, and USAID got pulled out, but we still need to do this thing for these children. Come on now, Ron. What can you do for me? Can you give me, the number to Elon and see if we can't straighten this out?" Because if Elon went back in and looked at a particular place and went, ooh, we're going to reinstate these grants here because now we know that the people in South Georgia and North Florida are going to get them. And there are children who are going to get fed, and they're going to have activities, and they're going to learn stuff, and it'll help them through the summer. It's a good thing. Put that money back in, please. This ain't a gay cow in Burma. These are children in the community. So I think the folks in Tallahassee have dropped the ball themselves in that. Because if I had, I used to do a lot of business in Tallahassee years ago. I can't drive back and forth that far anymore. Not easily. I don't travel well. But I don't travel well. But anyway, there's some rich folks down there in Tallahassee. Wealthy folks. And like I said a few minutes ago, some of them women folk down there, they might be, some of them are real prissy. I mean, real prissy. Can I say that again? They are real prissy. It's like the kind of thing they'll be so prissy. You just look up at the sky like this and shake your head and then cover it and look at the floor. That's how prissy some of these women are. So, when you go there, you have to kind of understand that, oh my God, these women are so prissy. That's a nice way of putting they're bitchy, I guess. But no, I mean, they're very well kept. They'll argue amongst themselves as to who's got the nicest nails and who in Tallahassee or somewhere in Atlanta, that did their nails. And, well, who did that, that hair transplant, Juanita? Oh, you noticed, huh? Yeah. That big old bald spot I had up there where, I tried to yank my hair out during that episode I had, from all that pressure I'm under. See, you thought I forgot the theme of the story tonight. But people are reacting to this pressure, honestly, in different ways. Who's that over here? What? I hate the glasses because of the glare, but I honestly can't see. Bless her heart. Yeah. Oh, heart. Yeah. That's my grandma. Tattooed eyebrows and all. Oh, yeah, the tattooed eyebrows. Does she have on? Hey, Mary Wins. How you doing? So, but anyway, and watching some of these folks, because I'm watching all these channels and it's like the spirits make me do it. You got to watch this, Dave. Okay. And I'll get halfway through something and I'll look up and go, is that enough? Because some of it is like, repeat. But what they made me do is watch all these things. And after I listened to Cliff High's podcast, which was after I watched all these others, I had waited before I watched his, because there are times when my brain ain't into what he might that he might be talking about. So, because when he goes off into crypto, I get lost. So, but I've been talking sort of about the pressure. I've been talking about the waves come up and the waves go down, and the waves come up and the waves go down, and that you needed to hold on to your inner tube. I have said that we're going to be bombarded with energies from the galactic center because the whole solar system is on the upswing, out from the so we can see the galactic center now, basically. Hey, Barry, I'm doing fair. And here's something, I want to have this conversation. I wish there were more of you here, but I'll take what we got. I've been having, I mean, I feel fine now. I mean, I ache in a couple of places, and I got to take my heart medicine here in just a little bit. But all in all, okay. I wish my back was in better shape, but all right. But then there have been times, and I had two spots today to where there was like overwhelming. Not uh, it wasn't a bad feeling. It wasn't a depressed feeling. It wasn't something evil feeling, but it was sure enough like boom, pushing me down like damn. And for me, I'm like, damn, I'm having a hard day, some bitch. Oh, ow, and I gotta go to town. Ow, oh. I mean, doubled over, not just with pain, but with some kind of oh, like oh no, no, you know, something dreadful, but not like it's going to kill me, but something I would rather not tolerate. It's like oh no, we got to go through this again. Oh no, you're not going to tell me that story again, are you? Oh no, one of them things. So, but at the same time, it did feel heavy. God, I don't. The only way I know how to say it is this way. It felt heavy, but it also felt heavy in my heart. How in the hell do I explain that? There seemed to be a physical, not painful, but sort of like an aching. If you had a friend that lost their best friend, from way back when, from childhood, and you had met that person, but you didn't really know him. You talked to, Joe, and Joe would tell stories about him and his best friend, but you knew him vicariously through Joe. So, but then the friend dies, and Joe's really, he's really in a, he crying and weeping. He's lost a good friend from childhood, and um, and he didn't take it very well, which is sometimes people do that when they mourn. And so here he is over here going, oh, what can I do for Joe? Because he didn't really know the friend, right? So, but he feels sorry for him, but he can't really connect to that pain like as if they had hung out together more or something. Anyway, so what I felt like was there was something going on in the universe because I don't know of anybody that might have had an accident or something or um so this feeling this morning and sort of this afternoon too, um it was this heavy feeling of there's someone out there's passed away, but it wasn't a depressed feeling, and it wasn't like, well, but nobody's died, and that was the weird part about it. In that the heaviness in the heart was like that. Oh, my best friend's friend died. Yeah, okay, so that's once removed, and you're sad for your friend, but you didn't know the other guy. So, but you still feel sad for his passing. So it's something like that. But it didn't have anything to do with death. All right. This feeling was just, and it came in a wave. And I mean, I was physically like, son of a bitch. I mean, literally, I'm being shaken. And as it was going on, I was thinking, somebody's pointing a ray gun at me that makes me wiggle and jiggle, sort of like the TENS machine I got when you plug it in and you get them spots that hit your nerves just right, and you can't help it but dance. And so it was sort of like that, you know. Um, and at the same time, I seemed that during this time there was a connection to the universe in some. Uh, it was a connection. I could see. Okay, when I would when the carnival was in South Georgia, Florida, around here, um, we'd drive up Friday night to work for Saturday and Sunday and get them over the road, right? So some places make you can make a couple $100 in one good night, on a Saturday night. So we went up to make some money. Um, I had that someone pointing a ray gun at me feeling. Who said that? Chloe. Yeah, felt like my head last night was collecting fluid. That ain't good. Um, some of the folks are saying now that we need to stand on our head more. That for my condition, where I pass out if I don't, drink fluids and keep my this and my blood pressure drops, that neuro neurocardiogenic syncope. So no, the neurogenic, yep, uh, syncope. Um, so I gotta keep my water level up so that my blood pressure will stay equal and not drop me to the ground. So I have to be aware of it. And sometimes I'm walking along, and I mean, I get the swirly twirlies. I mean, I got to stop, but it's like, and sometimes it goes to the right and sometimes it goes to the left. And it's like I'm on a carnival ride, okay? And I've been on enough of them. Um, but so it's like somebody has grabbed a hold of this invisible spot and they yank it real hard, and it's like a cloak or a something, and it's all of a sudden you're looking out there, and going at a normal speed, and then all of a sudden, schwack, and you ream and go into a real spin. And on a tilt-a-whirl, I used to make people sick all the time because I could slow it down and speed it up just right to where you'd get them bull plates to come down, and when it did, it would make that tub spin, and you'd speed it up real quick so the tub would keep spinning. So I knew how. I still know how to do it. It's a touch. You got to watch the bull plates anyway. So all these things that I know in my tiny little brain. So but the energies, and then today when I got back from the store, I was just like, what the fudge is going on here? Is is this part of the deal, Because they ain't nobody give us no instructions on this. So for me, it's 72. I've been watching at least for the last 10 years. Um, the channels and the people who say they've been talking to the Palladians and the Greys and the lizard people and whoever is and there's all of the above up there, I know, but that they know it's coming on and it's going to be a this and now the white hats are blah blah blah, and we had this plan, back in the day, and but 2 years ago, some of the things I heard was that they had planned some of this that it had to go this way, that nobody would believe how crooked the government was. So, in other words, he had to lose the 2020 election. Had to. I don't think he really planned on it, but that the powers that be said he's got to lose for the plan to work right, because the people will not believe he's telling the truth. And even now, with all the proof that's coming out, these folks are going, you know, you're trying to, bind us down by taking us to court. Shame on you. Well, you done, mother, is what you done to us like 20 minutes ago. What the hell's wrong with you? So, but anyway, it's going to be fun to watch what's going on. Hey, aloha to you too. I did my lymph node something draining. I hope you're well. But so the energies that I feel, that there are times I'm talking just wacko. And so I'm trying to figure out if it's my medicine. you know, is my medicine making me have the? Now I got a medicine that does make me hallucinate some. And there's a combination there that this new med is like, it's really interesting. But I walk into the kitchen and I'm drunk. Do I sound drunk? If I got up and tried to walk to the kitchen, I would look like I was drunk. I'm on an emotional roller coaster ride. Oh, not shame on you. That's not what I meant. Um, Shame on the spirits for putting you on the roller coaster. That's kind of where my head was at. Like, well, shame. Who put you on that roller coaster? Not shame on you, but shame on them. Yeah. A lot of this stuff, you try to explain something to newbies or folks, and you go, well, them folks in the government that want to, see us, our demise. Well, who in the government, Dave? Tell me who. And I go, well, Schumer's one of them. Oh, he's a Democrat and he's telling the truth and all this. And you go, God almighty. And then, you try to name another one and they go, oh, you're just picking on the Democrats. Listen, you asked me, it's like, I haven't seen the interview, but I saw the setup with Bill Clinton being interviewed by some woman. And it was like, hey, we're going to have this. And he was like, I did not sleep with that woman. I used my cigar, but how many times have you been to Epstein Island, Mr. President? Well, I can't recall, because I had somebody in my pants the whole time and I wasn't paying attention. Okay. We'll see, we'll see. Being on the plane don't make him guilty, but we'll see. That evidence without some other evidence is that he was just on the airplane. So I do believe that if I was Dan Bongino, which I'm not, but sometimes I feel like we think a lot alike. But ice cream. Oh yeah, I had an ice cream sandwich earlier. Ice cream. Oh, shut up. Now I gotta go get one. Diddy's gonna tell it all. Well, see, and there's that faction too. And I was having thoughts today, and I was like, I'm sorry. I have been in a lot of situations. Now, I knew a bunch of gay folks in Tifton. And one of them was my boss man at the radio station that isn't there anymore. Way back in the late 70s, and it was before I went to jail. So I was working at the radio station over the weekends, and I forgot where I was going with that story. Oh, did he? Um, they asked me to go to a party, and I was picking up some weed, and they gave me a drink and they roofied me. And I woke up the next morning in my boss man's bed. He was the gay guy, but he was well known. A lot of people knew who he was, and because he used to cover the 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 golfing thing in Augusta every year. So I he probably got well known by going around and blowing them for real. But anyway, they had to have him there. So, but I did damn sure wasn't into that kind of mess. So I was severely pissed that they had roofied me. And of course, I'd been there all night in his bed, woke up in the afternoon going, what the fudge is going on? What'd you do to me? My clothes are off. Um, so I kind of know what that feels like. I'm not a woman, but now why did I say that? Okay. I didn't want to get in their club. All right. I was like, nah, I don't think so. And I didn't work at the radio station after that. Okay. Because I wouldn't join their club. So you're talking about Diddy, and I'm thinking about some of my, I would rather not think about it stuff, right? Like getting roofied and all. And so, what does it take for a man to get punked in order to join the club? Or that maybe you had to punk somebody else, means pooping in the butt, right? So, who thinks that that's like a good initiation? Well, you can join the club, but you gotta fuck old Henry over there in the ass. I don't know if I'd like that very much. Well, old Henry don't like it much neither. You know, there's an old joke about that. But um, so I wasn't trying to think of the mechanics of it. I was like, this was today, this afternoon. I was like, in between going on like, I mean, shaking like that. It's fucked up. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to cuss. So, sometimes it slips out. I'm an old sailor. I'm an old carny. But anyway, who who would consider like, oh, let me bend over and open my cheeks, and you can go ahead and do me, and I get to join your club. Well, here, hell's bells. Let me drop my drawers right now. That's all you got to pay to get in. Shit. I thought this was going to be tough. Yeah, but after we punked you, you got to suck us off and clean our manhood. Well, let's get it over with. What? Well, let's, wipe and spit. Let's get it over with. And then there's the ones that, okay, so you joined the club, you know, you bent over, you paid your dues, whoever it was punked you once, or maybe twice, or maybe there was a short line of them, you know. But that once that night happened, that you were part of the club and you could go hang out and kiss and huggy but you didn't have to get naked and do that no more. You could watch from the sidelines and wave because you paid your dues to get in. You did your duty. You did your booty. That's right. Thank you. So, but then there are folks who want to come back for seconds, you know, or thirds, or hey, can I move in? You know, now to each his own. Honest to God, don't care. To each his own. But now, what does it matter that this Diddy stuff amounts to anything? Well, it was about underage girls, right? It could have been underage boys too. Yeah, okay, that's the what? Trying to eat ice cream. I did my duty. And that's one thing, honest to God, I was so glad that my year in jail did not involve me giving up my virginity. I'm still a virgin. Except for some anal beads one time. Yeah, that woman, she sure liked to poke around a lot. But anyway, it was interesting. Um, oh, I said that out loud. Oh well. Um, and which brings me to another thing that's pressuring us. We got a whole flipping month of gayness. That's right, you heard me. A whole month, the whole month of June is set out for the queers and the homosexuals. Don't forget them lesbians. The whole month of June is ruined because of that deviant behavior. Now, that's what one of them preachers I listened to was saying today. And like, welcome to June. Well, it's nothing but, faggot Friday, and holy mackerel. And I was like, tell it, Rev, go ahead, get on to it. Well, let's not miss a good opportunity to have a bowl, especially when it's on time. So there are the pressures. It's interesting. There are the pressures of the Italian man that was a woman that knocked that girl, to the stars and she gave up. Well, guess what? They said that that was wrong what he did, and they took the award away from him and awarded it to the girl that he basically, like to broke her jaw. And so she ended up with that medal. Now, it took him a little while, but it seems like, justice was served, on a cold plate, possibly with a little, with a little flan. But and so Maxine Waters was convicted of something. Oh, her basically um, financial fraud with her campaign. She's got to pay restitution of like $16,000 or something, you know. So, but they found her guilty. That's the thing. So anytime she goes into, and Trump was a convicted, you go, yeah, and so are you, Maxine. Shut up, you know. They've been eating me up. What has? I missed that part. I'm being nosy. Huh? But so for the energies coming from the universe, I know there's some folks. The one gentleman called me and goes, Dave, he goes, I know you talking about them crazy energies and all that stuff. He said, I don't know what's happening to me. He said, I'm sitting here and I'm feeling all tingly and I'm never, you know me, I'm sometimes I hit the pipe with mama, but I don't smoke much, you know, um, but I got this tingly feeling all over, and I'm like, dude, man, I told you the energies were coming through, and you know, a lot of us are gonna feel weird, and if you feel weird like that, here's the thing: if you feel weird like that, and you know there's nothing wrong with you, like, well, it ain't my kidney, it ain't my this, it ain't my that. Fuck, there must be some of them damn energies. Well, then sit down and write it out because that's what I've had to do. But now that I've found out where my heart is and where my blood pressure is and where this and that is, and you know, it's like, well, so it ain't my body functions. So whatever's making me feel this way must be exterior influence of something. So, being the shaman in training that I am, I have to, you know, evaluate this stuff, right? So here I am, you know, speaking to y'all, sort of evaluating what's going on. I have had thoughts on my own, but, you know, it's like, fudge, Monday night, nobody's on. Let me do you know, a live stream about this and see if any of y'all out there are having strange energies or feelings or, you know, I mean, walking through the yard earlier today, it just seemed weird. Oh, walking through the yard. Yes. Yeah, thank you, Frog. Me and Ricky, my next door neighbor who comes over on the weekends to visit me, talking about the yard, looking at my John Deere tractor and discussing how to fix it, change the belt, etc. Since I have done stuff like that, but not on a John Deere. So, eh, not much more difficult, right? So, as we're talking, I looked at a spot of grass and I was like, you know, I said, that spot of grass right there, it's, well, I said, it's almost the 1st of June, which was the next day. And I said, that spot of grass ain't growed not one iota. It ain't come up, it ain't moved, it's just sitting there. And I said, and he goes, yeah. And he said, something's going on, huh? And I looked out in the field and I was talking. And I said, the whole yard, you know, I mowed it 3 weeks ago. And normally after you mow it, and we've had a little bit of rain, but man, it shoots right back up and you can barely get your lawnmower through it. It's so thick. Now, after 3 weeks, it could stand a mow, but there ain't nothing really thick to go through, not like it has been in the past. So he agreed. He said, his property split by a little creek, Dave's Creek, that runs by his house. I mean, right next to his house. And he's got a little bridge, and then up the hill, he's got grass and some other stuff for the rest of his property. And he said, I've only had to mow the hill once this year, and it's June, and we've had decent weather, and we've had enough rain. We should have had to mowed our respective hills at least twice, for the month of May, at least twice, which is every other week, right? At least twice. But no, I mean, I need to fix the lawnmower, but I'm not in a hurry. Besides that, the lawnmower being a pain in the butt, actually on my back. But so there's something up with the grass. There's something up with plants not reacting. Now, it was suggested, and I don't know if it was BP Earthwatch or not, but there was someone who suggested that, the reason that our plants aren't being successful is because of the trails and the stuff that's floating down. Now, I can't deny that that's got to be part of it. But this year, and what I could see through the clouds, because there has been cloud cover, like from the fire up in Canada. So, it's been difficult to monitor the skies. And when I have, there were trails there. So, but is the cause that? And I say that because over the last few years, the grass has grown like a mofo, and the sky was cloudy all day, with the home on the range, where the, B-17s fly in the air. But anyway, spraying everywhere. Aluminum, heartache, surprise. Never mind. They're finding out that it's true that, they have been spraying, because there's a gazillion million of pictures of people taking pictures of it, like me, and others over the years, right? So that kind of part is undeniable. So, but nobody's owned up as to who's doing it. And they're sort of deflecting this in that, well, it's for the betterment of the people in America. Well, the people of America pretty much said, stop that shit. We don't like it, A total whiteout. How is Thailand doing? So, whatever it is, they're trying to get rid of us for sure. They've had other plans that keep failing. So, yeah, who decided? Who? And somebody asked me the other day, said, Dave, you always talk about that, that these people. And I said, listen, if we knew who they were, I think a bunch of us would go up and knock on the door and go, y'all come out here in the yard. We got stuff to talk about, But we don't know who's pulling the strings, really. Soros, oh, yeah, but he's just the money guy. Soros knows some of the string players, but I don't think that Soros is the one of the people pulling the strings. I think there's somebody above him. You know what I mean? But so anyway, the skies have got clouds in them now, and a lot of people talking about it. A lot of people saying they can't be outside when it's going on because it, messes with their hay fever and this and that. And they've noticed that their plants won't grow, and They went down and bought a bunch of flowers, put them in, and they all just wilted and died within a day or two. And the sun is absolutely another color than what it was when I was growing up. And all of us old timers agree the sun ain't the same. You know, you can call us all crazy, and they have, you conspiracy theorists. No, we remember what the sun looked like, and it was yellow and orange and not this blue, hazy looking thing. So, things in the cosmos have absolutely changed. What's going on with the Earth? The Earth, my dear friends, is expanding once again. And I do believe that this is probably cyclical. This has happened before. Why? And why am I saying this? It's because the Earth used to be Turtle Island. The Earth used to be Pangea. The Earth used to be one big clump of stuff. And it split apart over the many, 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 many years. It's doing it again. And I do believe, in my humble opinion, that because we go through this Kali Yuga thing to where, there's the middle of the galaxy, right? Where all the on the planets and stuff reside is in this belt that goes around the center of the galaxy. Well, when we stick our head up above it, like we're at right now, because our curve always takes us up above the top of that, swings us up, and then back down again. Takes 1,200 years or whatever the thing is, right? So, but we have our whole solar system has peaked up above the edge of that plane going to the center of the galaxy. This is not the first time our solar system has done this. So I'm hypothetical. Hey, what if? What if our solar system, for every time it took a trip up and then back down, crossed over, and then went downwards, and there is a lot of stuff to suggest that when our solar system goes below the ecliptic, that weird stuff, men want war and they want to kill each other and bad stuff, and then it dips back up and coming through like we're at right now. That's why we're in the age of Aquarius. Okay, so we're in the age of Aquarius. We're supposed to learn about this stuff, but now the planet and the whole solar system is getting heated up, because look what happened with the sun the other day. 3 of them, pow, 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 3 of them, one right behind the other. And they've all hit us strong. Now we're all still here. I haven't heard of any blackouts. And if so, what I heard earlier was that it was going to be spotty. It's like, so how can you tell that? But anyway, so here we are. We've had a severe geostorm. A bunch of us are feeling pressed on, not depressed, but shown up. I sort of envision one of them movies where the roof is coming down, and you're ducking and you get down and you get down like somebody's going to save me here in a minute, right? Or am I going to get squashed like a grape, and you get down and you get down. So this pressure, as it affects me, as I think about it, that's what it feels like. I just, damn. I mean, I literally had to bend over because, you know, um, I felt like I was being pressed downward. So, who else is in here? Scotty boy, what you doing? Hey, Mary Wins. Steve was in the house earlier. I'm glad to see y'all still alive and kicking. So, to all them lonely people out yonder, and I know there's some folks that there's 7 of you and 4 of you that has hit the like button. I would hope that there'd be more folks to want to check in a little bit and go, "What's this old hippie got to say?" But these energies coming in ain't nothing like I felt before. I have done some things with, psychedelics and things that have put me in some places. But for being a straight white man at 72, to be having these feelings, and then, all of a sudden, come out of it like, what the hell was that? It's a strange feeling. And I've had these meds that I'm taking for several months now, some of them over 2 years. So I don't think it's my meds, and I don't think it's what's in my pipe, because I've smoked my pipe for a while now, and the things that are going on now, not 3 weeks ago or 2 months ago, last time I went to the doctor or whatever. No, these feelings are happening now with the sun going off, and I'm getting them now. So, anyway, we're just going to have to hang on. That's all there is to it. I wanted to get on here and yak with y'all. Um, I'm going in for my eye surgery on Wednesday. I still don't know what time. I have to call tomorrow and find out if they don't call me. So probably going to have to call them. But they have been checking on me. I do have eye drops to put in tomorrow, and then I have to be, nothing to eat or drink after 12 o'clock tomorrow before the surgery. So um, I'll do the live stream with Robert tomorrow. It's the T-shirt, y'all. $10, $20, $30, $40, $50 or more. Running up a score. Pennyman died trying to end that spree of the bloody red German of Germany. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, Snoopy the Baron. But so anyway, it's going to be interesting. Ever since I heard about the energies coming from this galactic center years ago, I've listened to people who swore they talked to the Palladians. Okay. Some folks talk to the Greys. Okay. I, don't know whether or not I should believe them or not. You know what I mean? And so it's like, so in my own contact with my spirit guides up here, okay, guys, what is this? They're talking this stuff. Oh, God and David Wilcox have been back on that ascension thing. Apparently, they were all going to ascend on May the 26th, and it didn't work. And remember me? I was talking about this ascension kick that everybody's on, and that it's not ascension, it's transition. You're going to transition, not ascend. Don't listen to me. I'm just a damn fool. But nobody ascended. Nobody ascended. You know, I talked to me, myself, and Irene. Oh, the Snoopy song, the Red Baron. Back in the day, holy crap. That was all you heard. Snoopy still has a following, but back in the day, Snoopydom was a cult. Okay. I mean, a cult. You hear me? Man, I'm rattling bad. Let me get something to drink here. But I mean, it was everything Snoopy. I mean, now they got the Lion King and stuff, and the Lion King goes on with the movie for a little while. And then it's the Ice Maiden or whatever. And then that goes along. Then it was the Mermaid, and then it went along. But Snoopy, when Snoopy came out, Snoopy was still Snoopy, because then Snoopy was Snoopy, and then he became the Red Baron. Snoopy the Red Baron. Ho, 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 ho. And then there was all that paraphernalia. But I mean, even to this day, after the last 60 years, Snoopy's still in the running. You know what I mean? That's how powerful. 60 years later, we're still talking about Snoopy, Seriously. So I was trying to do an earth wobble kind of thing. I wanted to do an update because I haven't in a while. And I have desperately tried to watch the sun, the skies. And the few times that I've been able to see the sky in the last 2 months, I have watched Scorpius move into position in the sky. So now it's in my little view window of where the trees are against the sky there. And Scorpio's where it should be. Because last year it came in really high in the sky. And then after a few days, it dropped, which means we were wobbling up this way and wobbling back down this way, just like a top. But the short observations I could make with where Scorpio is right now, without taking measurements, it visually is like, that's where it's supposed to be. I've lived here 42 years. I know where these, constellations are supposed to be at certain times of the year, and Scorpio, sits just above the pine trees out there on my horizon out there by the fence line. So that, them trees have been there for, the last 20 years at least. And the window I talk about is where the power line is cut, and there's a window between the pine trees. So at night, I can see the top of the pine trees, then I can see the gap between them. And there are stars and things that show up in my window. So that's when I see Scorpio in the window just right, it's like, we're good to go. But when Scorpio is a whole hand up from my window higher, I know that the earth is wobbling big time. And that has a lot to do with some of what's going on. Now, the last 2 weeks, my problem with trying to find a word or say a word when I can see it like right in front of me, that's increased to a point of crap. Am I losing my brain? And I was trying to talk to a friend of mine the other day and about there was a word damn near in every sentence. I was like, what's that word? Couldn't find the word. And they'd go, try to help me out and fill in the blank. And I'm like, this is some scary shit. But now it only started like 2 weeks ago. Now I've had some little forgetfulness, but this stuff is like dadgum weird and scary. How bad it is, and you know, and the feeling that I have as I'm forgetting the word, like, wait a minute, I know that word. Yeah, you do, Dave. What is it? Screw me, I don't know. Come on now, you know that name, I don't. But it goes right there in that sentence. I know, but I don't know. I don't know the word. I can see what the word should be. I don't see it. It ain't spelled out or nothing. It's just that I know that I have seen the word that goes in that sentence, but I can't tell you what it is, and I don't know. That's how I feel. What the hell? So the last 2 weeks, as I'm talking to you now, those feelings of forgetfulness, which has happened a couple of times, and I sneaked around them here in this last hour and a half, sneakadum. But I'm hoping that passes because I can clearly see because I got a very picturesque place in my brain because over the years I have learned how to visualize things in 3D, because of the job I had and also for the work that I did in theater. I had to be able to, I didn't have to, but I did develop being able to see the sets in 3D and then being able to draw them out in 3D for the other people so they knew what was being built and stuff. And of course, my puppet shows and the things that I designed for it. So I've got all this knowledge, and I'm like, man, I'm losing words. Oh, holy shitskis. I mean, that's what I do. I use words to communicate. Oh, man, don't take away my words. You know, I'd have to get me a damn dictionary. And I got one sitting somewhere around here, but I mean, I'd have to put it right in front of me with giant words. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, and trying to keep, I'm still keeping an eye the on the planet, if you will, and the wobbling part and the stars type of thing. And unfortunately for the clouds, uh, my good news to report is I could tell last year within a day or two that you know Scorpio wasn't in the right place, and Orion had set in the wrong place, and different things like that. Or the moon went down, and where did it go? It's not supposed to be going down over there, but okie doke. So, but these things have already happened in the past. But the thing is that the planet has acted weird. So has the moon. You know, Scorpio's sitting there. It ain't going nowhere. So if anything moves in my little window out there from the trees, it is our planet that is moving up and down, and we're wobbling. So my observations are we seem to be pretty dang good to go this year. Now, I went into Moultrie to get some meds today, and I live in a farming community, and so on the way in, there's corn that was planted that's up yay tall, and but that's good. They've already laid it by, you know. And then there's you can tell that this is peanuts and that they planted, and others that looks like cotton. They it's a little late in planting, but it looks like cotton. And then you drive along, and so and each field has got a something, But like the field with the peanuts in it, the field just the sun was out. Well, yeah, but it was behind the clouds. There was like this Hugh. Hey, Hugh, he was out there in the field, in the cotton field. Now, it might have been that they had sprayed something that day, and that spray sometimes lingers in the middle of the rows, and it will make it look kind of purplish and colors down in the on where they planted. But this was in the middle of the afternoon, and there wasn't any kind of equipment around that they would have been spraying. They still could have though. But there was that color all the way across that peanut field, a big peanut field. So, but anyway, and of course I will keep monitoring it, even with one eye, on Wednesday. But I get to go to Thomasville, which is a different set of farms I get to look out the window at. So the farmers have put everything in. Folks around here seem to be pleasant with everybody. They ain't no fussing and fighting. Now the and damn commies, um, Colquitt County residents snitched on the ICE folk that came in to arrest two pedophile type people, one who was had beat up a child or something, two others that had been violent with their wives and their children, and so they were supposed to pick up 11 people, and when the ICE got there, these folks had been warned and they were already gone. Now, I hate that for my community. I do. I've lived in Colquitt County now for 50 some odd years. And the fact that the people in Colquitt County would snitch basically on the police, hey man, did you know the ICE was coming? No, when they coming? Well, they're supposed to pick up the Mexicans, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yeah? No kidding. Yeah, they're gonna be down there behind the Waffle House over there on behind on Fifth Street. Really? Yeah, they always get together there after you have breakfast. Yeah, bunch of them. So they're gonna be there this Saturday, you say? Yeah, they go down early in the morning and have coffee and and associate with one another. So then a common thing that they do every week, somebody calls it in to the to the ICE and turns them in first. And then the folks that were sitting around the table go, wait a minute, them Mexicans are our friends of hell. Hey, y'all, ICE is coming on Saturday at 10 o'clock. Y'all better run. There you go. Small town joy, small town, information passing between its residents, Oh, hey, Richard, what are you doing there? Hope you're doing well. So, anyway, the fact that folks in South Georgia are squealing to the illegals. Run, ICE is coming. Now I say that, and I've talked about this before. When I had worked with the Mexican community through the local Mexican restaurant, and I knew all the owners, and the one in Moultrie, one in Sylvester, one in Cairo, uh, you know, one in Thomasville, and everybody knew each other, right? So, but they had an app on their cell phones way back then. They didn't have smartphones then. So, but they had an app type thing that everybody had the number. And if one of them pushed that button, then anybody could get it, right? And it meant run, ICE is coming. And they would literally be coming in the back door to sneak up on them. And the Mexicans would be hauling ass out the front door. And I knew these people. And, I never turned them in because they were my friends. And I didn't find out till later that they were illegal. And then I couldn't turn them in. It's like, I'm not going to defend you. I'm not going to lie for you. But, I won't turn you in. You just take your chances, brother. It's up to you. So, yeah, I'm guilty, not necessarily of harboring them, but knowing that there were some, in Thomasville and I didn't turn them in, I am guilty of that. But that's been like 15 years ago, but still. So you get to know somebody and you go, damn, I don't want ICE to come pick them up. Shit, they're going to send them back to Mexico. Yeah, well, so in the one of them, I kept saying, man, I'll teach you English. I'll help you out. I'll help you at least get a full green card, and then you can, apply for citizenship. And he goes, well, I don't know. Then I give up my Mexican. I said, dude, if you will get your American citizenship, you can always go back to Mexico, because you got a home there and everything. You'll never lose that tie. You ain't giving up nothing. Well, I think you do have to renounce your country, but you can keep your fingers crossed. Now, there are some people that just absolutely hate the country of their origin. And okie dokie. And then there's some that don't hate it. Well, they dislike it because, the roads ain't paved, the electricity's for shit. The water doesn't work. There's all these things. But they love Mexico. But showing up, America is better. We got running water, and running hot water. Because my friend who had moved down there with his wife, who was Mexican, lived in a pueblo, I can't remember, but they were in the gold and silver district because he worked as a geologist to find out where the gold and silver was, what the ore looked like. And so they'd go deep in the mountain. Good God Almighty. They'd go 200 foot straight down. And I saw the mine shaft and I saw the pictures, and I'm like, I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I could just go down in the damn mine shaft, let alone go down. And then when I saw what the tunnels and shit looked like down at the bottom, I was like, there's no way I would come down that some bitch and hack at the dirt and haul it. No, 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 no. And I have been in caves. I've dug my own well, but I would not go digging that mine. I'd have to be mighty hungry to do it. Now I might have been able to do it as a young person, um, and with the spirit of adventure, to be 100, 200 feet below the ground, digging for gold and silver. You know that now that's that. There's that spirit there, right? But now, as an old man and that kind of stuff, no way. And the thing is, people are still doing it as we speak. They're down in the ground mining like little, um, munchkins or something. Every time I look at some of them, those Mexican men, they ain't but about 4'8", and they were made for being in mines because us white people, every one of us had to duck, but they could walk down the mine straight up, you know. So they built the mines for them, their height. So that ought to say something to in the geology of things, the writing of the history and stuff. But so anyway, um, Earth wobble looks fairly stable, um, but the Earth itself is expanding. Now, I think that Cliff High and I. Now, I also want to give a disclaimer. I had thought about this before I heard Cliff High. I'd listened to Cliff about Bitcoin and some stuff, but I had already had conversation, at least with myself, about the expanding Earth because to me, with all my studies, nothing else fit, you know? And then there was Pangea, there was Turtle Island. Even the natives knew that we started out as one giant continent. And through time, we have, split apart and expanded over this, the millennia till the point where we are now. So, of course, Antarctica looked different. Of course, these other places look different. We were squashed together, kind of thing. So, and some of our science about the subduction zones and things are like, well, maybe. Oh, it goes like this. Well, that's one version of what's going on. Well, there's a nickel, core at the center of the earth, and it's an iron core in the center of the earth. Well, wait a minute, maybe it's titanium at the center of the earth, and maybe it's, God almighty. Well, make up your mind. Well, the earth is hollow. What? Yeah, and there's a giant. Now, this is sort of what Cliff says. Sort of, and I sort of agree. I'm not quoting him now, I'm just ballparking, but is that there inside the hollow earth, there is a ball of plasma, and that it may or may not be putting out heat. I think it's putting out some heat, but not like going to burn you heat. And the reason for that is it doesn't need to be that hot. So, and that's what's sort of holding the planet together. There's this big giant ball of energy, and that's like the heartbeat of Mother Earth is this big ball of blue plasma. And it's like, so what does it do? It's working. It's doing the changing of colors and swirling and doing stuff, right? And that's at the center of our Earth. Now there were a couple of years ago, there were some folks from another planet that swore about a hollow Earth, and they swore that there was a plasma type sun in the middle of the Earth, and that so the curvature of the Earth, right? So you got the curvature of the inside of the planet, right? So now the groovy thing, if this is true, I want to go, you know, that with the curve of the earth, let's see, with the curve of the earth like this, right, on the inside. Wait, do I have something I can use as a. Yeah, this is big enough, right? So here's the end. Here's the circle, right? Except it's hollow. Use your imagination. But that this inside rim you could stand on. So there's enough. It was far enough away to where you needed binoculars to see somebody on the other side. Big circle, big glass bowl, and so you can walk up this side and right up over the top and right down the other side. Now, I'd like to see that. I mean, really, not joking. I'd like to see that. That'd be cool. And with a blue sun in the middle of in this stasis area, it stays in basically the center. It wobbles around a little bit, the plasma does, but it basically just sits there. So then, the people farm there. Um, Somehow they have, um, and I can't remember that they have filtered out that certain times of the day that there is a dark period. They don't call it night, but they just call it the dark sleep time. And so, boy, them folks who play video games all the time, they are in for a world hurt. Because laziness is being called out. And it's going to be interesting to see how that works. Because I know people that, here I've waved money in their face. I have money. I will give you some of this as a down payment. Come back on Saturday. I have money. And it was like about $125 that I was waving at him. He never showed back up. Like, what the fudge? You could have come back and worked for a couple of hours and I probably would have gave it to you. Nope, he didn't. Well, it's so far out there to your house, Dave. Well, it takes you 20 minutes? Come on. So the pressure, I go to the store and here are people that there is this economic pressure going on. Well, no offense. No, I don't, I don't have kids are getting out of school or whatever, but it, that means there's a couple of months before you have to worry about getting them school clothes to go back to school. You got all summer to work on it. So that should be like, calm down. You also should save your clothes for next year, not trash them all because I don't like them no more. Now, if you have grown out of them, like my friend Miss Emma, she's gotten so tall. She's grown right out of literally grown right out of her clothes. So yeah, she's going to need a new wardrobe. She might need it before school starts. You know what I mean? But so anyway, same thing with shoes. Oh, you needed this shoe or that shoe. But okay, so save up your money. Well, I don't have any money. Then go get one. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Man, when we was kids, we would do anything. Sometimes even it was illegal. But we was 11, 12 years old and really didn't know any better. We sort of did. We knew we were stealing bottles. But they were bottles. Yep. It used to be our generation, we all wanted to be something. I mean, my buddy Brad down there in Florida that lives almost on the Swanee River, you know, I think I'm going to go down there and go on the Swanee for my birthday. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to Barry's house out there in Missouri, but I owe my sister a trip, and my eyes are going to be not necessarily tore up, but questionable, and let's see, June until July at least. Um, and for what it cost me to get my eyes worked on, it's going to be several months before I can recover from that $700 that I had to poop out. But I need to get down and spend time with my sister, and I need to go and we need to go and see where our brother is being kept. He's in a mausoleum, so it ain't buried. So, but being kept, being cryptid, he's a crypt keeper. Danny's crypt keeper. But anyway, because we love the crypt keeper. Anyway, so I think I want to plan on a trip south, which is not that expensive, and I got friends to stay with, and but I think I need to go down there, make sure that everything, because I got to make an insurance payment in August. But I really owe my sister a visit, and I need to go see my Aunt Shirley, who's like 88 or 9. She's getting old. I really need to go see Aunt Shirley. Um, and then go to the cemetery to see our brother and to light some sage. And I'm going to take my drum and maybe do a little drum, because he did go with me to powwows, and he was sort of into the Indian thing some. And I'm wearing his necklace that he had when he passed away. And there were 2 other stones on this that fell off, but I still have this one that I've been wearing. So, um, yeah. So anyway, to go make offerings to, where he is, his final resting place is. So, um, so in the pressure of things, right? A month or 2 ago, there was pressure about going to get the car. Was I going to get the car? There was the pressure of when are we going to have the funeral service, and then that didn't happen. And then there was the pressure of me getting sick down um, in Old Town, and and coughing so bad I had to do a nitro, and questionable about my heart, and blah 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 blah. And I'm cleared of all that, but I had to go through it. And so little things like that along the way, and it's like I'm sitting here and I go, it's freaking June. What the hell happened? Man, I've been working on a little bit of this, and I've been doing some of that, but it's freaking June, and I ain't made it to the river yet. Whoa. Well, my excuse has been it's only 2.5 feet deep. That's a good excuse, you know, but it also means that it would be an interesting time to see it at such low tide. I mean, I've seen it when it was like 3.5 foot, and that was low. But to see it at 2.5 foot, whoa! I mean, that's a whole foot difference. Shoot, water's down. You can't get in. Um, many places because there is no water. I bet you the flow is almost nothing. So it'd be interesting to see what the fish are doing at such a low tide like that. And we have had rain that'll bring the river up a little bit and it'll fluctuate back down. So it ain't been stagnant with no water, no heat, or I mean, no water but lots of heat. So we have not had that kind of summer yet. Knock on wood. Uh, yeah, back in 2002, 2003, we was in a drought to where the well was dry. Well, the well was down and we were on restriction. We were toting water in. And from April till November, we had to tote water. I don't have that issue this summer. It hasn't been in the 99s yet. It's been rather pleasant, kind of cloud cover. Some rain, but not overly. But the river's at 2.5 foot. you know, oh well, can't have everything. But boy, I want to go fishing's bad. Again, still, and it's like, I want to go tomorrow. And I might just, get that hair up my butt because I got so much done on it. And I could put it, it's still the canoe. I haven't hurt it in any way. I was just adding things. But I could go right now and go paddling. I don't have to have a motor, even though I got the trolling motor and the gas one. But I don't have to have a motor. I can paddle just fine. So anyway, something about getting on the river and something about taking the canoe and something about doing it before Wednesday, but Wednesday's coming up like tomorrow. So I might have run out of time on that one. But anyway, well, listen, it's time for a 20, and I just packed this thing. Please go fishing and film it. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It would be educated. I have a video somewhere on my good camera, and it is of me and Duggar doing a kayak trip in my orange one. And I don't think I ever pulled it out and uploaded it. Million local chicks, I have no idea what you guys have in the watersheds. Oh yeah, it's real different down here. We sort of resemble Louisiana and the bayous, sort of. When it rains and stays wet, real wet, like the if the river was at 5 feet, that's like a good level, right? 4 feet, 6 feet, it's starting to get too high. But that 5 foot level is the bonkers, man. So, but every river's got its sweet spot, its height. So around here, the Ochlockonee, that's what you want. But it spreads out in places real wide. And then it comes back together where it's, 500 yards across, a football field and some, right? So include the goal, the end zone. But and mostly clear. But the Ochlockonee has had so many old oak trees growing along its banks, which gives it its southern charm. It does. But it also has clogged up the river. unmercifully. There are places you can't go 20 feet without hitting 4 or 5 trees. And I mean, huge trees, huge trees. And old trees, the old, southern oak trees with moss and huge trees. And they have fallen into the river in different ways all the way down. And there are places where the trees are still on the banks, and there is a log or two from God knows how long the log's been there. I've been going on the river for 40 years, and the damn log's been there ever since, you know what I mean? So, we all know where that log is in that bend, you know. Hey, buddy, how far down you been? Well, I've been down to, that bend with yeah, but yeah, you've been down there? Yeah. So we all know about bend, with the logs and the stumps sticking up. And there's like, um, they're like, there are, the cedar stump thingies, um, cypress trees, cypress stumps. And so in some places, there are cypress stumps and there's, three of them sticking up and the fourth one is a little lagger over here. But, there are three of them that are sticking up and some folks call them, the three sisters with the pig in the back or something, because the little one that would bob in the current. But to the point where I've been going there 40 years and that log's been there. Them fingers have been sticking up, yeah, the cypress knees coming up and making things. Oh, bunch of cypress knees down there. Holy mackerel Moses. All over the place. And back up in a slough, where there's a runoff coming from a higher elevation, then it's not really a creek and it only runs when it rains and but it drains into the watershed. And it's sandy bottom. Um, over the years, back in the 1800s, they still mine sand out of from around there. And it's really nice. It's really good sand. I got some really good sand back on the river back there. It's beautiful. Um, somebody said at one time, Dave, you got enough sand back there that if you had a backhoe and a dump truck, you could make some good money. And I was like, yeah, but I just mess up the place, you know? It would destroy everything. But um, so, oh, it's 20 time. I have been riding around on my newly acquired scooter. And I went down the road and crossed the bridge and back up the hill and down to my neighbors and around the ponds and cut back up the hill. And I, it still didn't need a charge. So, but yesterday I went down in the woods and literally down in my backyard in the woods and on a trail that I had cleared out. I keep it cleared so I can walk it down to down the property line. It's not on the fence, but it follows the fence. There's a little buffer zone between the trail that I can drive my truck down, um, barely, and there's barely room to turn it around down yonder. But so when I got the John Deere, I started keeping it cleaned out. but pine cones fall and tree limbs fall, and and I was really worried that it was sure enough blocked. Well, there was one down, and it was sure enough blocked, but it was not too big a piece. So I moved it out of the way, and now this was at 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay, I'm riding on the scooter down through the woods, listening to my cell phone, a podcast, you know, the Great Levine or something, Levine, you know, um, and bumping along, and Duggar's running through the woods having a ball. And I'm like, now this is kind of cool. This is kind of cool because the scooter don't make no noise. I mean, you hear the motor where you are, but that sound of the motor don't go far. I mean, it's real quiet. Talk about sneaking up on something. Now, the only thing that would give you away if you was riding on that scooter was if you went over a limb and it went crunch or squash or something like that. So now, as I'm thinking, I've got all summer long to, get the pine cones out of the way, and I can reach some of them with one of them grabby things that I got when I had my back worked on. I got one set that I really like here in the house, and the other set just sits over there in case. But the other set I got would be great for the pine cones and stuff. So I wouldn't have to get out and bend over for each one of them, but I could pick them up and move them out of the way. There ain't much room on this thing. This thing don't have much clearance. So a pine cone, it don't like at all, you know? So, but now to have that, that grabber arm and I was getting the mail and I came back down. And as I'm coming back down, Duggar needed to run, right? And I needed a ride. And so I'm riding around. I come down the hill over there and I'm like, I usually make the turn and come to the house. And I just kept going. I was like, I wonder if that, how good the trail's doing. And down the trail I went, and I went, oh, not too bad. Until I ran into that tree limb that it fell. But to the point, it was easy to do. It was easy to get enough clearance, but it needs a lawnmower to clean it up some more before I go back down. And I need to go down with a rake in a couple of places and rake it up because it's real thick with pine needles and things, and that thing doesn't have any clearance. But once I do that and spend just a little bit of time, and I found out just the other day because Duggar tore off across the yard. We got at least a 6 point buck up there at where the driveway starts at the top of the field, and standing there like where the doe you have been going through the last couple of years. This was a buck. Duggar took off across the field after him, and the deer bolted. And I was like, holy crap! I need to put some corn up there, and also I got this trail cam that I need to put up there and let it take some pictures and see how big that deer is that's walking up there, and where are they walking to? But oh, take my medicines? Yes, absolutely. Uh, yeah, and I'm fixing to get out of here too. Um, I got tomorrow is eye drops for preparation for Wednesday. A friend, Rhonda's taking me in for the, because I got to have somebody drive me in. They intend to knock me slap out, and that it will probably take about an hour and a half or so. Um, which means I get to go visit the edge of reality. When they do that operating thing and they take you right on down that's when visits to the White Room. I think you all have heard me talk about the White Room. Probably Coke based TBH. Love you too, Scotty boy. I'm so glad y'all come and visit us. So what do you think of my beard? It's getting so long, damn. I mean, I don't really pay any attention because I don't spend time in the mirror. I put my little thingy on it and just go do my stuff, right? But as I look at it, some bitch, it's really getting long. Right, I should join ZZ Top. Every girl's crazy about a Sean dressed man. Yeah. Go play with George Thurgood. Yep. Part of me wants to keep growing it. It's a what? Wait, what? It's a beard worthy of Odin himself. I noticed your hair being out on one side. Yeah, that's because that was the side I was brushing it on. I'm trying now. I bought 3 new brushes today because the brush I've had for years and years walked away. It's just gone. And so, but I got 3 of them, and one is a brush all the way around it with bristles, and the other one's got softer bristles, and the other one's got really short bristles. And so, but each one of them's got a function, and so I do it with my right hand more than my left, so that's why it's over here. That's all. But dang gum, look at that beard, man. Holy mackerel. What am I supposed to do with that? You look 100% top notch tapper. Yeah, well, thank you. And when I comb my hair, and my hair is sort of gray, but it's not really gray. It's still got some brown in it. And I'm like, at 72, my real old man who's dead, um, he still had brown hair, versus all gray. But within 2 years, it turned all gray, and he wore it very short. Of course, I used to wear my hair very short. So, um, not crew cut, but it was only a couple inches long. So, yeah, I don't know if I will ever go back to that. There's something about their stories, some of the native stories. There's also the story of Samson and Delilah, where he got his strength, from his hair, and she cut his hair, and took away his power. And then, God was, going to be pissed at him. And then he asked one more time. And when he did, he pulled the temple down. So, but that's where Samson got his power, was from his hair. And there are, one of the card stories is, and it mentions that the long hair from the Indian, that it was believed that the long hair was antennas to the spirit world. Well, I gotta tell you, since I've been letting my hair grow, since I've let my hair grow long, oh yeah, baby, I've been feeling no pain. No, but as my hair's grown long, so has my worship of the universe. Well, not worship, because I don't believe in that word. So it's the understanding of the universe. Uh, I got my spirit guides, you know, to hang out and chat with me. And the dreams increased. And then, it feels like I've been on some missions while I've been sleeping because, I'm here by myself, except the dog, and I could sleep for 2 days, really. I mean, sleep 2 days and wake up and go, where was I, So there are too many things that prove to me that I do believe I was on a mission someplace else. Could describe the interior of some of the spaceships I was in, could, tell you conversations that between some of these other worlders, and it's like, holy crap. Then I come back into this world and I go, no, that was just a dream, right? Because there are dreams, and then there are them ones that you can touch, taste, smell, you know? And there have been quite a few that I could touch, taste, and smell. And can't prove them. And I quit trying to prove it. But in this day and age, all I know is that the longer my hair has gotten, my beard has grown faster than my hair, which is interesting. But now I just feel like I want to be Gandalf. Well, I need to find another wizard's name. Don't want to copy Gandalf or anybody like that, but the fact that my beard has gotten the way it has. Gandalf the Grey. Your hair wrapped around your hat? That's cool. Yeah, but Gandalf is copyright. you know, on Gorndopoulos or something, I'm Gorndopoulos. Some other name, you know. But that would be it. It would have to relate. Was there other some sub wizard that was in there that we missed? So the notes I've been getting from my spirit guides has been that I just keep it as Hawkeye Two Feathers, right? Shaman extraordinaire. I am getting older, And I've listened to some folks too here. I try my best not to use shaman, right? Because to me that indicates that I know a lot of shit. But then somebody reminded me the other day. They said, there ain't nothing that I can't, that I can't talk to you about. You can talk about any of these things. And I said, yeah, except for crypto. I know a little bit about that, but not much. And she was like, but politics, that Democrats as well as Republicans, about stuff about Russia and the Ukraine and about other countries. You're well versed in, in the trades and stuff, blah, 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 blah. Where some stuff is if you need the information and, like what's going on with the boats and stuff. And you can track them on the, as they go around the world. That's cool. But, you can do that with airplanes too. And so there are these things. And she was like, but if you don't know the answer, you know where the tools are. And I was like, well, yeah, I'm 72 years old. What the hell you expect? You know. And she was like, yeah, but that's what gives you your wisdom. Because if you don't have the answer right away, well, I know that they did something, so let me look this up, and don't necessarily trust Wikipedia, you know. We have found some bad discrepancies in there. But, we got to start somewhere, right? So, but anyway, she said, you might be more of a shaman than you think. Because I try to shrug it off, Yeah, I'm still studying, and I do talk about spirit, and I do believe it. I mean, I'm honest about it with my whole heart. I'm there, and can nobody try to take me off of that? Well, what about your spirit, David? They can't fight me on it. They're gonna lose. They're gonna lose the fight on whether or not I'm spiritual. Okay, do I have to go get my drum? you know, you're a cosmologist. Oh, I'm finding out about the CoQ10, my friends. Put it in your diets. Do not shy away from it. Put it in your diets. Because every time I go to my heart doctor and I talk about, have you been taking your CoQ10? Yes, sir. Because it's really good for your heart message and stuff. And yes, take it. By the way, yeah, the CoQ, absolutely. And I mean, talking with the nurses, away from the doctors and nurses in the hospital that like at the at the CT scan kind of thing, um, discussing it with other medical professionals. Hey, what do you think about this? Oh man, that's important to take. Okay. And my point about that is that they didn't have a doctor hovering over them to give the advice or to like, you make sure anybody asks about this that there wasn't none of that. So, but anyway, yeah, CoQ10 and vitamin D and potassium. Holy crap. That I mean, he adjusted my potassium the other day. So the Lasix I'm taking to pee, and other thing is, well, it's not to pee, but that's where it ends up. It's to take excess water out of my body, so my legs don't swell and blah, 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 and it comes out, of course, as urine. But they want me to flood my system to stay hydrated, which makes no sense at all. So I'm somewhere in the middle. I got to drink always, and I'm all, um, even if I'm riding on the cart, I gotta drink. So, um, but when they dropped my Lasix down from 40 to 20, they dropped my potassium from 40 to 20. And I was like, really? Oh, yeah, we got to keep it 1-to-1 kind of thing. And I was like, surprising. So, but anyway, for heart health and blood pressure, the potassium, and my water pill, they're like this, which is just really interesting because years back, my pops had heart disease, and his heart doctor was a Catholic man there that lived near Ybor City in Tampa, and well respected in his community, a well respected doctor, and um, where was I headed with that? I'm getting tired. Um, he gave my pops a lot of good, advice, and he went in and repaired his heart where it just he shouldn't have made it, and almost didn't twice. But I don't. He said something to my pops about eat a banana a day and you'll be fine. That was his answer back then. But I don't know if pops was taking the water pill. I remember at some point him saying, I got to make sure I take my water pill today or something. So I think he was on Lasix, but there was never any discussion with pops before he died. Now this has been going on 30 years now, 26 years. That Now it's a 1-to-1. If I drop yours by 20, I got to drop that by 20. So I got 3 different bottles of potassium sitting around here at different milligrams, right? So, and what about but they have done so much more research, is my point, in the last 20 some odd years since my pop died of heart disease, and talking with the doctors. Now you take this pill and you take that much potassium. It's 1-to-1 every day. Take that one, take that one. Well, I'm going to change it up. Okay, and then take this one then instead, So, but when my pop was alive, I don't remember none of that. And his heart disease was such that they would have done that. If he dropped him 10 or 20, then he would have dropped his potassium. But all he did was keep bananas. So, okay. So, but anyway, my dear friends, yeah, the CoQ10 and the vitamin D. Every time I go and get my blood test done, and oh, by the way, blood test. They tried to toss off this thing about El Presidente Biden, and about how they didn't detect it, and they didn't. The test was too invasive, and so I know better than this shit, right? So I go up to one of the nurses there, and she's a nurse, right? And I said, "You got my record there in your little Palm Pilot thingy, little things they got." "Yeah, what do you need, Mister Nelm?" I said, "Don't they do that PTS or PST or something, to check for colon cancer?" And she goes, "Oh yeah, they do it regular, especially for men." And I went, "Really?" So she went down to her little, you know, computer thing, looked it up, and said, "Yeah, your test was just last December when you had that procedure, and oh yeah, it looks like you were good." So this thing about um, hush up about apple crumble, I would love to have some of that. And I got cotton mouth so bad right now I can hardly open my mouth. My lips are stuck together. But so this idea that the president, they didn't know about his blood tests and so forth. I just checked mine. They routinely checked me, which I thought about. And my last one was in December when they did the Rotor Rooter thing on me. No, that was in November. But anyway, back then when they did that Rotor Rooter on me, during the blood test and stuff, they just happened to slip that test in to see if I had any cancer cells or anything in my prostate. Well, because they went in and cut my prostate all up and opened up, my bladder so I could pee. So in doing so, they opened up a lot of, a lot of material that was clogging it up. So when they cleaned it, they left a lot of open sore on the inside of me. And they were kind of worried that if I had any kind of cancer on the inside there, that by, running and doing the thing, it would literally spread the cancer. So, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. So, of course, they ran their test and I'm clean. But the idea that they didn't know about Biden and Do not fall for that. Do not fall for that. Do not fall for that. Because I just checked. I talked with other guys in the waiting room. Oh, yeah, mine was checked, 6 months ago. And this guy says, yeah, they just checked me. I just came out and had some blood work done. And I'm like, there's all these guys in the waiting room. We know we don't have cancer because they tested our blood. What about that, the president? Bullshit. Bullshit story. So y'all don't believe that mess. Oh, it was. I heard one of he's people over 70 shouldn't have the test. This is what they said. Should not have the test because it's too invasive to find out now. Okay, he's old. He doesn't want to have a proctology. I give him that. I don't want one neither again. But the fact that it's a blood test, you can know by the end of the afternoon. Take it in the morning and they'll know by 5 o'clock. What are you talking about? This, nuh-uh. And then they'd put the tube up your pooper. But so anyway, there are so many lies that are being repeated even now about stuff. It's hard for me not to scream. And that's one of the pressures on me in that the powers that be for me have me, they'll wake me up and say, watch this. See that program right there? Yeah, watch it. Oh, what the hell? So, and it's annoying when something like that happens, but it does. And it's always appropriate. So, I quit bitching and complaining about having to get up in the middle of the night to go watch something or wake up at 4 in the morning and do a live stream. I've done that before. But there always seemed to be a reason when I did it. So that's how I follow my gut. I follow my spirit guides in that respect, and they'll nudge me in a particular way. But so for what's coming for me is what they're saying is that there's gonna be some rough days. And the rough days, I don't know if they mean, yeah, they just said, yeah. Okay. So some of these rough days that they're showing me is me having rough days. Like today, shimmying and shaking and what the hell's going on? And I've been talking about, there ain't no ascension. We're going to make the transition. Well, I was told about a year or so ago, and I just put it off as okay, we'll see. And that I was sort of in the middle, not in the middle of it, but in the middle of beginning the transition. That because of these things I've studied, because of having the operations and being taken to the white room so many times, and my other experiences of outer body and having those angels fetch me on the river for overnight and put me back together. And I survived that, 4 days on the river with no food or water. That was fun in 102-degree weather in August during dog days. Got to keep going with the expression on that because it just wasn't in the woods. It was during dog days in a swamp that was dry, you know. But anyway, so I'm so grateful and thankful because I had fallen down in the woods and there was nobody that was going to come get me, come look for me. I would have been a dried up heap of cussing and bones. And the fact that I made it out, I still don't know how to this day. I do not understand. Because I went out, I was tired, I didn't have anything, I was hurting, I was, freaking out. And then I'm like, I got to just lay still because it's so hot and I'm sweating. And how am I going to survive this? And then I went calm and left my body. And that's when my body could see me walking across the woods with a spirit on either side. And I I don't try to make anybody believe me anymore, you know, because I can still see it, smell it, taste it. I know where I was. I know what I had. I know, all these things. One of the reasons why my back is so bad, because how I fell down there on the river that time. So, but anyway, and the river, was really low back then. Holy crap in a bag. I've gone into Looney Tunes mode. Hey, boss, don't leave me out of this. Oh, shut up, sit down. Entertain them, boys. All right, now, Miss Piggy, sit down over there. Not on his face, not on his face. That looks gross. Okay. Miss Piggy's sitting on the count's face again. 1, 2, 3, all the way home. That's Miss Piggy. C60. Now, see, I've heard stuff about C60, and I'd like to try it, but with what I'm taking with my medicines, I sure don't want to interrupt things because I know what a heart attack feels like now, and I don't want to go there um, if I can help it. So now, but the blue stuff, I'd heard that a bunch of years ago. I mean, a bunch of years ago. I think I heard it through like my grandpa because he was a machinist and they all worked at a foundry. And then I read some articles and stuff that, that because they used it on machines or something, that it was the machinist and folks that got into it first. And I was like, well, that's interesting. I'm a machinist and I've never heard of it, but things have lost their potency over the years and the old timers have left the system. I threw that what? So, but I've heard some really good stuff about the what is it? The blue something. I got my potassium sitting here at least. Are the words backwards or can you read them? Backwards. Okay. It must be the way when the camera looks at you this way that anything that you see is reversed to the camera's eye. And if I were to turn the camera around and use it like a regular camera would, it might show up the way it's supposed to. Golly, my back hurts. So anyway, about what's going on, I feel like there's another something coming. And I've tried to stay away from talking about it. Like, oh, Dave, that's just, yeah, well, everybody's saying something's coming. And, blah, blah, but something's coming. I'm like, nah, you don't get it. I feel like something's coming. And it doesn't seem to be, it's not churning in my stomach, okay? But it's in my stomach. There's a little knot, a tiny little ball, but it doesn't feel like it's going to give me indigestion. It's just there. So it could be indigestion, but that knot is in my spiritual stomach, but it at times is affecting my stomach. Like, it's like, okay, back when I was when I went back to tech school, I'm an older man, right? Kids about graduated from high school. And I go back to school in the 90s, actually in the 80s, 88, 89, 90. And so I go back to school and I volunteer for extemporaneous speaking. And you're graded on how you do and so forth. Well, there was only one other guy from another school that had volunteered to do it. And this poor guy, he didn't know squat from his butt. But I have been in the National Forensic League back in high school, and I knew what the rules were. I knew how it operated. I knew that, everybody had a certain amount of time. You had to make a presentation. And I'd won several awards for humorous, extemporaneous stuff. And I had a ball. I mean, I had 6 or 7 trophies and a bunch of ribbons. I never placed worse than third. And that was when I first started. But when I figured out how that stuff worked, I went in there like a polished, in a suit of armor that was polished, it was so bright it blinded you. So anyway, when it came time, I said, okay, I'll volunteer. So I went into the room and did the thing, and all right, how we doing? And 20 minutes later, like, you're the winner. And I was like, winner of what? Extemporaneous speaking. You get to go to Atlanta. Oh, really? Well, I wasn't kind of sort of planning on that one. So then they booked a bus, and when it was time, it was a couple of weeks off, and this is sort of where I'm at. There's that feeling in your gut that I got something coming. Yeah, well, in this case, I knew I was going to go to competition in Atlanta. But there's all these unknowns. Who am I going to be up against? How many will I be up against? Because for every school that had a VICA program had the potential to have a person that would be in extemporaneous speaking. And as part of why it was important is because for people who were going into business or working, that were taking business as elective. They wanted people who would be able to speak clearly on any subject that might be tossed their way. And so I was like, oh well, yeah, okay. So I already knew the rules, slightly updated rules, but from high school, I knew how the gig worked, right? So, but at the same time, there was that pit in my stomach. That it wasn't a bad pit, but it was like, I got this. There's this thing coming up. I know what it is, but I don't. I know what I got to do, but what about the other people? Are there going to be some? Is there going to be some sharp dressed man in there? Um, or is somebody going to, somebody younger than me? And all this crazy stuff runs through your head, at least mine. And then I found out that other people on the team for what they were going to do, because I met some of the people who I was going up against. And I whooped them. These guys that I was so worried about the night before when we had a dinner and a meet and greet, I whooped them. I ended up winning the state championship that year for extemporaneous speaking, which gave me a spot to go to the nationals out in Oklahoma, which I ended up doing. They got me a plane ticket. They got me a hotel motel thing. They found a gentleman from the He was a teacher in the automotive, and he went with me as my chauffeur, as a resident, from our school. And out of the 46 contestants, I came in 7th in the nation. And I mean by less than 5 points. There was 3rd, and then there was 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. I mean, just off by a fraction. So, but anyway, it was a great experience. But during that, waiting on the next round, you'd be sitting there, and now you know your stuff, but you know that your fingers crossed. You've given us um, a presentation like this before, so that's not new. And you don't know what the subject is till you get there, but you know it's going to be about something about this. Okay, just wait it out. Yeah, but there's that thumping in your stomach. So, what do I feel is coming? It's sort of like I don't know. It's sort of like I know that I got a competition coming up. Like I'm really sort of reliving that feeling, but yeah, that those images are still in my head. Um, and they're good images, but at the same time, I'm representing a school down in South Georgia. I live in the swamp. I dug my own well. I'm a pioneer. I'm an old hippie. And I was standing up there all nice and thing and beat the smuck out of the rest of the folks in Georgia and went to nationals. That's not supposed to happen, you know. Somebody else should have went, but when I found out that I was actually better than the rest of them, um, so why am I bringing that up? It's because there are people out there that don't know how good they are. I didn't know how good I was at extemporaneous speaking because when I took it in high school, it was mixed in with extemporaneous speaking, doing a rendition, a comedy, right? So I had a theme, but with the 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 way they run the competition is they'll tell you ahead of time, for example, that the topic you're going to be asked about is going to be about trains. So if you're going to study something, you better study up about trains. Don't study airplanes or boats or automobiles. You got to study trains because the test tomorrow, and you have no idea what the question is going to be or what the topic is, but you have to speak between 3 and 4 minutes on whatever topic tomorrow we give you on trains. You understand? Yes, ma'am. So the topic was something about business in VICA. And so it was like you were supposed to know stuff like that if you were in VICA, you know? So, but you didn't get the question until you got there. You had 3 minutes to read the question on a 3x5 card. You had 3 minutes to prepare, meaning once they gave you the card and read it, you could sit there and make a note or two, and it was just like a one-liner, and then they'd come over and get the card from you, and then they would set the timer. You got 3 minutes to write some kind of reply as to whatever notes you do, and then when that 3 minutes ding goes off, then out you go on stage and then make your presentation. You'll stand there in front of the podium and they'll say, "Are you ready?" And you go, "Yes, ma'am," or "Sir." And ding, they'll hit the button and it's time for you to go. And you take as long as you want, but if you do, there are points against you. But 3 to 4 minutes is what they want. And if you can do that, like I did twice, then you get to go win the gold, which I have 2 gold medals upstairs. So I didn't win them in track and field, but I won gold medals by using my mouth. Richard, it's intense. It is real intense. You know, folks say, "What? Dude?" And you got like for us, we were the VICA competition, and which that meant was that it was VICA is a student body group that its intentions are to help people who are taking an industrial trade to be able to take the knowledge that they gain and use it in business. So if you're in VICA, they encourage you to go schmooze with businesses that you might be associated with. And when I was in VICA, that gave you the opportunity to go to a Lions Club meeting, or one of the other clubs, and they would ask you to come, and for me, heard you was extemporaneous speaking, so I wouldn't know what the subject was until I walked in, and they'd hit me with, "So you're the winner of the gold medal. We've got a question for you on a 3x5 card." And it's like, so then I got to the point where I just loosened up. I got to a point where I just stood up and I said, "I get this now." Because I was always shaky and trembly and nervous and everything, and that don't work. So I know what it's like to be scared shitless in a lot of situations. I'm talking under pressure. It was under pressure. I'm telling you. I'm still on the same subject, but back then, so you've got you go to nationals, and you've got 50 other states that you're potentially competing against. Well, only 46 showed up. So, and I think 1 or 2 dropped out the following morning. I think they looked at the one of the guys that dropped out because we were hanging out on the balcony of this motel, and we were all basically in the same category. That was a dumb idea for them to put us close together like that, but is what it is. So, and this one guy, he was talking shit, man. He goes, "I got y'all. I'm from Missouri, and I got this pat." And he was and he was a sharp kid too, boy. Could talk a mile a minute, but it was clear and distinct, and it was. So I looked at it and I was like, man, I got some good competition here. But they might have been sharp and running around and so forth. They were very timid when it came to literally, here's your topic, walk out there and talk for 3 minutes. Without saying a lot, clear your throat, do something else, but don't go and so I know where I made my mistake, because I was going along just fine, and I was sort of timing myself by, tapping and how long have I been out here feeling thing. And I was like, and so I'd cleared my throat and had a note, and I was changing kind of going to change the subject slightly and bring in another point of view kind of thing to break up the monotony of the speech. And I stopped. It wasn't but for 2 seconds. I stopped for 2 seconds and went, and then began again. That's as long as it took. And I got docked for that, because they give you points or take off points. And they took off points for that little pause. And that's what knocked me down from 3rd place to 7th place for the Nationals. But now I saw the guy that won 1st place. He deserved it. I'm telling you. I'm like, I would have gladly taken 2nd or 3rd. Ended up with 7th, but that's okay. But, the guy that won 1st place, he was slick. He was sharp. He deserved it. If I'd have won it, I'd have been the shaky motherfucker. Okay, it's late. Man, it's been 3 hours again. Doggone. Well, I'm hanging out with y'all, and it has been fun. Tomorrow night I got time with Robert B on his channel and reading some more stories. And then Wednesday, I'm kind of scared about him having to do my eye. I've had my leg operated on several times. It was broken and nasty, and I've had my spine operated on twice. I've had my neck operated on 3 times. I've had various other and sundry cuts, bruises, and breakages, like my ribs, and sprains, and all of that. But as I contemplate the eye surgery Wednesday, I'm like, what if I can't see when it gets done? What if I can't see? Yeah, I think I'm going to be fine too, because the doctors are really good. There hasn't been any complaints or people or whatever. They are really good. They have had their clinic for years and years. They're very professional. I like the guy. He's not some obnoxious, narcissistic doctor, because I've had a few of those. I know what I'm talking about. You just don't worry about it, son. Wait a minute now, you're going to operate on me. I can say any fucking thing I want to, doc. No offense, but uh, and I did that with one doctor one time way back when, but not anymore. But all the doctors that I've met since that time, and there was one doctor they had lined up that was supposed to operate on me on my back, and they found out that he was a fraud, and they was fixing to set me up for surgery with this guy. Boy, talk about dodging a bullet. So, Geraldine, how are you? I get to see other folks this morning. I'm finished smoking this bowl, and I really am going to have to go. But so the stress. So here, see, talking about stress, right? So now I don't have the stress of going to work. I don't have the stress of helping to keep 700 people keeping their jobs. I haven't, I don't have to worry about whether or not Ardo's machine broke down. I don't have to worry about, the old lady pitching the bitch because I'm 10 minutes late. Just, why were you 10 minutes late? I don't want to tell you. Why? Well, because you'll get mad at me. Well, I'm mad at you now. So what's the difference? I'm only 10 minutes late. Yes, but you were 10 minutes late last week. I know it, but that was for a different reason. I stopped by the store then. It doesn't matter. Yes, it does. When there's a train in Moultrie, you can't drive to the train. There is no way around it. You have to wait for the train. Well, there's just no reason for you to be late like that. Who are you screwing? Not you, was my answer. Not you. But she would pick a fight like that in a heartbeat. So I don't have that stress, And I mean, it was honest to God, that stress. All right, I'm going to take a hit off of this, and then I'm going to get my meds, Richard. I'm going to take them while I'm yakking with y'all. Because now it's the end of 3 hours, and I sort of feel like it's free for all in a way, but I'm still talking about stress. So the stress I got now is my dear brother has passed away, and I got his Jeep. That's so freaking wonderful. But it costs so fucking much for the insurance. And me on my limited income, I'm like, this is going to be tough. I got to crap out almost $1,000 between now and the end of, no, the 1st of August. So I've only got literally June and July because it's due on August 9th. I got to come up with 9,000, 900, $900. Is that right? It's almost 1,000 anyway. So I got to come up with that money by August the 9th, which is the last day. So, oh boy, I got to pay him $200 tomorrow for the rest of my payment on my eye, which will have made it $700 for my copay for the cataract removal and installation of new lenses. I could have gotten the parabolic lenses, or I could have seen at night. Or I could have gotten the daytime parabolic reflector type, to where I could see magic letters going down the highway without being blinded. But I chose to have just the regular lenses installed instead, because I am just a regular guy. Yeah, sure, Dave. Take it and take your meds. mm. So now my stress did I miss a pill? Did I take them all? So we start the evening off with my tramadol. Dang it all, it's tramadol, and I can take 2, and I will. I've been taking only 1 just to see how it would roll. I'm back to taking 2. And this pill is the new one on the block, and it's called pregabalin. Pregabalin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, coming right up, the ranolazine, which is the one that makes me trip. And it's the tripping is like, well, what's it like, Dave? Well, it's sort of like I'm seeing a bunch of crap out of the corner. Oh, that's a good question for y'all. Are any of you seeing a bunch of stuff out of the corners of your eyes? Because after this, around this solar flare time, I see stuff out of my peripheral vision, little things and stuff, but it has gone nutso as part of this energy spike or whatever. I mean, today I was like, son of a bitch. I feel like I'm surrounded by something, and it didn't feel bad or evil or anything like that. But I'm like, damn, man, what was that? And then we look over there and something. What was that? And I do have mice that run around and pop up in odd places, So I'm like thinking it's a mouse. But normally I see the mouse. I ain't seen no mouse. So, but anyway. Yeah, I should have the lenses that make the transfer thing and the light. Corner of my eyes sometimes. From me. Yeah, well, me too, but it's the increase of them this last week, 2 weeks from here, go back, and it's gotten a little, I hate to say worse, active. It's been more active. Okay. Wow, there's another one. Wow, that's like 3 in them. 20 minutes. There's another one. There's 4. Where before it'd be like 1 or 2 a day. You know what I mean? So whatever little critters might be bouncing around like that, if we have been warned, cards even said, beware of ethereal beings. you know, beware of the spirit world. Be not beware of, but that this is going to be around, going to be an increase. I forgot about that until now. I did pull that card and have that, and it said, "Be ready for." Okay, this my new bottle of Renalazine is much bigger than the other. They owed me, so now I'm back on. This is my tamsulosin for prostate and parts below. It helps um, men to keep their prostate in check so they don't get cancer. It is a preventative. Just four more. Ain't this jolly? But so now is my Metropol, and that's what keeps my angina at bay and keeps my heart from. When they had that heart issue, my heartbeat had gotten up to like a 169 beats per minute. It was hammering. And my blood pressure was whacked. So, they had to calm things down. Well, Metropol is one of them things that helps bring it back down. And it's one of the drugs that help keeps it in check. So, um, you want to make sure that you do the right thing. Taking your Metropol is one of them things that, for me, oh yeah. Do you take that drug, Mister No? Yes, ma'am, I do. 2 heart attacks? You betcha. This one here is called rosuvastatin, and you take one at bedtime, and it is for cholesterol. Now, having seen the veins inside my own heart on the TV screen, I'm not lying now, I did. It's called a heart cath. And the doctor that I have was like, look up on the screen, boy. So, having seen it, 2 years ago, and it was all closed up and stuff, and then going in and having it done last year in October, November, um, it was open more and it looked different. The cholesterol was out of that those one parts of those veins, and which means more blood can pass through. So it's important you take that drug. So, but now another one for cholesterol kind of thing is to prevent blood clots. Okay, and this drug is called clopidogrel, and it's one at night, smallish pill, but it's another one that it goes in there and helps to keep those blood vessels open. And like I said, it's when you see the inside of your heart and you see what the veins are doing, you see how the blood is being pumped, and you watch the muscles go doom, doom, doom. And you go, son, bitch, that's my That's my heart. Holy crap. That's like, right. Yeah, it is. Lay still, watch the TV screen. And which I did with great astonishment. And it will give you a sense of, oh shit, I need to be good to my heart, Who said what? I'm doing eye exercises and my eyesight is getting better. Oh, good, Mary. Do you know I have a channel with my pet wild crow, Gabby? No, I didn't. I've been preoccupied with stupid shit, Richard. One of these days, I'm going to fix this computer to where I can do a live stream again with that. If I just looked for you under Richard, would I find you on YouTube? I don't know what's going to happen if I click that with my cell phone. I don't know how to save it. I don't know how to nothing with it, Richard. Can you send me that in an email? You got my email, right? Send it to me in email so I can actually link to it. Oh, that's your channel name is Crow 11? Well, I think I have seen some of your videos. Because I think I'm subscribed to your channel. Crow 11. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed to you. Because I saw it last night or early this morning. Okay, Richard and y'all, Miss Chloe, I've taken on my meds. And I'm good about taking them, honest. Because like I said, when you see what's going on in your heart, you find out that the drug that you've been taking for the last year has helped to clean the plaque out of your veins that you're looking at on the TV screen, and you go, oh, well, if you stop taking that drug, that's going to get worse again. And because there's already a clog started, it's going to be easy for it to catch that plaque that may be in your bloodstream, and it will close right back up. And then you will have a heart attack. How about that, Mr. Null? Is that what you want? No. Then take this pill. Yes, sir. Well, then having gone back in, they tell me take the pill the first year, right? Yeah, okay. Well, I wonder what it's doing to me. When they did the heart cath again, it was like, that's what it's been doing for me. It opened a hole up, Oh, I took my meds. Yeah, they're all sitting in front of me right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Number 9. Number 9. Number 9. Number 9. Dadgum. I used to do a lot of theater, and I used to do a lot of storytelling. I used to do a lot of traveling around and doing that. And now I'm sitting here at the house. And you hear me breaking into different characters and stuff. I used to do that shit all the time. And I used to go into bars at karaoke bars and stuff and tear up the place. Pick a song and sing it with my puppet, my monkey puppet, and tear up the place. Because I'm just crazy, Put me in front of some people, and my extemporaneous me comes out. There have been people who said, man, you should have went to Chicago and you should have went to some of them comedy clubs. And I'm like, well, that would mean I'd have to like have an act, which I was always doing freeform kind of shit, you know. So, but anyway, no. So having a YouTube channel, and I love you all for coming and hanging out with me, is not the same thing as being like live on stage where you get the you know you hear the audience laugh, you know. So when I do some of this crazy shit I do, I don't know if y'all are laughing or not paying attention or f you, you know. Um, but see, because in this medium, at least for me, quote, the performer, if I was telling jokes or something, right? Um, that that I can. Why did they have a studio audience for sitcoms? So they can have the feedback of the audience. Why did they need the feedback of the audience? So they could project their characters better to the audience on the TV out yonder somewhere. You know, so it's like so directors would do certain things. There was one guy, he would like fry up bacon in the kitchen, which wasn't far away. And he'd wrap bacon around the little sausages and put them in the oven, with a toothpick in them, and he'd look both ways down the hall, and he'd sneak across backstage, and he'd have this little tray of those sausages wrapped in bacon, you know, with some teriyaki sauce on them or something, and offer them to us like, here, have one of these before you go on. Oh, and there would be that smell of the bacon and the sausages backstage, and it just lingered there. So you'd be standing backstage just sniffing like you like you was doing cocaine. Oh my God. So yeah. Can't wait to get back to the sausages and bacon. Yeah, buddy. But so anyway, with my long beard, I've been thinking about I would love to do something of Mark Twain, Samuel Clemens. Present a story, read one of his stories that he's not so well known for, that is absolutely hilarious. Some of his other writings that he put down. I've talked about this before, but I'd have to find it. In one of his stories, he was talking about he got up that morning feeling fresh, and his wife was already out of the room, and so were the children, which he was just, feverishly astounded by and thoroughly glad that they had, were off before him to do their daily duties before they left on the steamboat, blah, 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 right? So now he's this is written down. So next, as I dress, I think about my cigars. And I think that only have one or two left of this particular brand that will only make do when you have nothing else. But there is a smoke shop 2 blocks down and 1 block over, and they have those Cuban cigars that come in special, from up through New Orleans, because he was up around St. Louis getting on a steamboat. So as he's getting ready, so I have enough time to go by and buy the tickets, get our reservations, slip by the smoke shop, and buy my cigars before the wife and daughter are done looking for a dress, and I will meet them at the rendezvous at the boat. with the tickets. Simple plan. But he got up two streets over, and there was like a horse and a car, one of the first cars. They were having a mess, and he couldn't cross the street. And the street was real muddy, and he didn't want to get real muddy, and everybody that was trying to cross the street around there was getting real muddy. So he decided to walk down the street, away from the mess, two streets over, and that the road was better, and he crossed the street, and now he forgot where he was because he's two streets over. So he walks 2 blocks up and looks around, and there's no smoke shop. Well, then he realizes that he ain't been paying attention. He's been bitching about the mud, and then he's like, well, where am I now? So he tries to retrace the steps and forgets that it's 2 blocks down and 1 block up. So anyway, during this time, he has to forget the cigars and get the tickets. So he goes and does that and does something else. And then he's like, I still have time to go for the cigars. And now that the streets have hardened a little bit, so he goes for the cigars, and damn it, he barely makes the train kind of thing. But his whole adventure, I don't know, it's about 6 or 8 pages, of this story. And, but it describes his morning and how all he wanted was a couple of these fresh cigars. That's all he wanted, something simple, just a couple of cigars. But anyway, and it was the life and times of Samuel Clemens, otherwise known as Mark Twain. So I haven't heard too much argument recently about, taking those books off the shelves. Miss Alice tucked up. Wait, what else? Some cigars are so, yeah. And Richard, you probably know this. I've hung around some people that knew their stuff about cigars, doctor friend of mine, he'll smoke some other kind, if you hand him one, but if he buys a cigar, it's going to be this kind. They're like $5 a piece, right? But it'll nurse the thing for hours. And so anyway, and then there's a couple of other folks that, they sort of know their cigars. They're learning, they know what a Cohiba is and this and that. And I've forgotten more than I remember because I haven't had one of them cigars in 10 years at least. So, but anyway, we used to have a cigar every night after the show. We'd go out back on the patio and sit there and smoke a cigar. And some nights it was a half a Tampa, that's the best that we could afford. And then sometimes we got a hold of some cigars that were like $10 a piece, And sometimes them $10 ones, I'd rather have a White Owl, or something like that. What I consider a local cigar versus one of these high price doobies. And, a Swiss or Sweet can always find a place for me if I want to smoke something, I started out on Swiss or Sweets. I remember a wedding back in, cigar, something, dang it, outside, hid and smoked it in 2 puffs. Compton was sick. Yeah, one of the first times we were left alone, it was Billy Stanko, me, and Kathy, I think. And we were supposed to be doing homework, and Mom and Pop went over to the Friedel's to play, to play cards. And soon as they left, we went for the liquor cabinet, which was under the sink. We took a little bit of this one and replaced it with some water. Took a little bit of this one and replaced it with some water. We didn't know no better back then. So then we had collected, about this much because there's a couple of bottles. So then we put it in a plastic pitcher, and of all things, we mixed in Kool-Aid with it because we didn't know no better. So here we have this Kool-Aid mix of, Old Rose or something like that, and then there was, some kind of Kentucky something, and then there was some vodka, and then there was some rum, and then there was some vodka, and so we took a little bit of each one of them bottles and poured it in there, and then we started drinking. And at the time, we had some King Edward cigars. King Edward, the big ones, right? And they don't smoke. They still smoke pretty good. They're not a high priced one, but they don't smoke bad. So anyway, King Edward cigars. Drinking this boozy mess that tasted like immortal cram because it was like grape Kool-Aid and whiskey with vodka mixed. I mean, think about it. Yeah. So Mom and Pop didn't usually get home until like 1 or 2, and this is like 11 o'clock. And Shock Armstrong, the All-American Ghoul, came on the weekend at 11:15. And Shock Armstrong was in Tampa, was the local, dressed up like Frankenstein. And he lived in his attic with his mother. Well, his mother lived downstairs, but he lived in the attic. And so he was always pouring hot coals down he'd lift up the trap door and pour shit on her, That was his name. That was the character that this guy, he was well known for years because he had played this character on Friday nights and Saturday nights, or if there was a game on Friday, he did it Saturday. But anyway, so, but he was Shock Armstrong, the All-American Ghoul, and there were sound effects, and it was cheesy back then, but it was funny, and sometimes they'd run a little clip, and there are several shows now, podcasts and things, and that have copied what he did back at this was in the 60s. It was before we graduated high school, and I graduated in 1970. So we're talking 65, 66, and so here's Shock Armstrong, the All-American Ghoul, doing stuff in black and white back then, doing stuff in black and white. And that I swear there are people these days that are copying what he did. And as an actor, as a person who does, but he would watch the show and go, that was really horrible about that monster losing his head. We'll have to see what happens in the next, So he was the announcer for the movies that night, right? So, but during it, his mother was hollering from downstairs, and they had little pre-scripted little doobies, and because the movies were so short, they had to make up the time slot. So it was their job to ad lib or do whatever they needed to in between the commercials where they had commercials, but they didn't have any sponsors. And so, not for Shock Armstrong, the All American Ghoul, but then as he got popular, then people wanted to, advertise with him, and he had done an interview, and he's like, I've been doing this for 15 years, and now they want to advertise. But he just worked for scale, and he did it for fun. But so anyway, some nights were just so boring that I'm sure that Shock Theater, it was like that. Yes. Paul Reynolds, Shark Armstrong. What'd you do? What'd you do? Just look it up. Shock Armstrong, yeah. You looked it up? Wow. But yeah, I mean, talk about nostalgia, but some of the shit he did back then. I mean, we was little kids, I'm a teenager, right? Watching him. I would have loved that as a kid. Yeah. Wow. So it wasn't hard to find, huh? Wow. Yeah, but I mean, um, I don't know if they kept any of them shows. They should have. They should have kept some of them, a couple of them. Red Hand Gang and the Littlest Hobo. I used to go to the library and get the 8mm movies of Charlie Chaplin and no sound. Charlie Chaplin. Um, I can never remember his name. He played the soldier on the train. Um, Man, he lived a long time too, and ended up one of his last movies was he played someone Laurel and Hardy. Yeah, that's what I was watching with the silent movies on the 8mm. And they had at the library at the time had a slew of these 8mm um, silent movies, and they would have depending on what was going on and who at the library and who was in charge, you know, I would have had every Saturday morning would have been, free Laurel and Hardy day or something, for an hour or two. Um, but and I don't know if some of those Laurel and Hardy that were on 8mm, I don't know if all of those were kept. Yep, Fritz Lang, Buster Keaton. That's who I'm trying to think of. Buster Keaton. When they had that house fall over, the whole wall fell over and it missed him. He was standing in the window or the doorway. That was one hell of a scene, you know. He and he did all of his tricks, hanging off the back of a fire engine truck while it's, whizzing through town and going out way out here and hanging on and dangling in his legs. He did all that stuff with, no safety net, no rope around him. He just did it, hanging off the side of a train, he just did it. So, yeah, Buster Keaton, I got to play in a play, and it took place during the Second World War. I even got my Second World War. helmet from England. I bought it up from overseas. Um, and when you, for me, I can feel the energy in it. I don't know if anybody died in that helmet, but the energy and the story when I'm wearing that helmet is like, whoa, this thing has been some places, you know. But uh, I spoke with the director, and as we planned it out, there were no lines for this character, but I did all the sound effects. I was the sound effects guy for this British radio station. And so I've got to be able to do Buster Keaton. So everything I did was with a Buster Keaton look, look at the audience and give that, you know, oh no look, and then go do what I was supposed to do. And whatever, it was all, I never said a word. And every night when I came out for my curtain call, I got a standing ovation. There were people that said, we listened to the music, but we didn't watch anybody else. We were watching to see what you was going to do next. I was like, you weren't supposed to be doing that, you know? Harold Lloyd, oh yeah. And Norman Wisdom? Was that a character or a person? Yeah, I have done that, Richard. Was that Richard? Yeah, I've done that before. In fact, back when I was younger, I just haven't done it recently. Okay. But I used to do this trick and to get a, you know, to get a dance with a girl. And my buddy, he was selling me, man. He was like, man, you know, he was my pimp. He was like, man, he said, did you know that it's look, we'd be sitting at the table and he'd go over and go, you look like you've had a hard day. Well, yes, I have. And why are you interrupting? Well, how about we buy you a drink? And you see my friend over there, you know, he can kind of sort of, you know, maybe not tell the future, but you know, he can read your palm is what he would end up saying. And so the person would come over, and if they were twiddling something, or I'd look at a piece of their jewelry and go, you know, I'd be, something would strike me always right away. And so a ring or a something or a brooch or, you know, and at 90% of the time I'd go, wow, that there's looks antique. Did you get it from your grandmother? And she'd go, well, how did you know? And I mean, you know, she's got spangles on and you know and stuff. And I picked the one thing that was her grandmother's. And so now she's like, I don't know about this, you know. And she's got a ring she wants me to read. So I grabbed the ring. And I didn't know what I was doing back then, I'm telling you. She gives me the ring and I'm holding it and it's the palm of my hand. And I said, oh, I got to put that down. She said, what's wrong? I said, somebody got hurt that was wearing that ring. Somebody got hurt bad. And all I see is blood. And she picked up the ring and she said, that's what I thought. And I was like, what? Well, the person that wore that ring was murdered. And I was like, oh. And she was trying to get in touch with the person that got murdered. Hey, Geraldine, haven't heard that one. Bulldog bread. But so anyway, I have been gifted with that. So there are things, I mean, I'm trying not to brag. I'm just telling it like it is, as I always have. And I've not talked about this part of my shaman training, but nobody trained me how to do it. I just sort of learned what I could on my own. But there have been pieces of antique. There was an antique server one time, that it was actually, oh man, what's that really famous ceramic antique? Anyway, it was that. Bridge work, no, bridge something. Anyway, I'm starting to get like Randall Carlson now. They're just some words I know them, I just can't find them. But, and all of these things cause stress. To keep it in line with the topic of the night. But, and what it seems that we spend our life doing is to spend our life looking for things that are not stressful for us, that we don't push the energies on us or in us, or that we force that crappy stuff on us. But in a story in a shell kind of thing, it's like going forward. For some reason, my spirit guides keep saying, you're going to have to duck. Like, duck. Okay. From what? I don't know. Maybe that note's just for me. Sometimes I get messages, even with the cards, and it's like, man, there's Porcupine again. What are they trying to tell me? But then Porcupine gives a message I know that is for me, but it goes with the rest of the cards. It ain't just my card. It is for everybody. But it being the Porcupine card, it still has a single message for me, if that makes any sense. And one of these days soon, I'm going to do, I'm going to do another card show. You want me to do a card now? It's only 3:00 here. Well, it's 4:00 if you look on their clocks. I'm going to sift through the cards and I'm going to pull what they want me to. What'll last 3 to 4 minutes? Me pulling cards and doing this? Yeah, probably. Since I'm not trying to be in a hurry, it's 3:00 in the morning and I'm going to take another hit and then I'm going to light up a cigarette. Then I got a cup of coffee. No, it ain't coffee. It's just milk. What, dog? What, dog? He's on the bed over there on his back, rubbing his face with his paws. What, you can't get comfortable? Did you send that link via email, Richard? Oh, wait a minute. You said Crow 11, right? I'm almost positive I've seen. And since we, there's 7 of you here, and God bless y'all. I mean it. And whoever's out there, if you want a card, I'll pull it for you. Um, until I pass out. Well, just for you guys right now. Okay. So think about whatever you need to think about. All right, this is for Richard. And then it's when somebody reaches down and grabs your thumb and says, that one. Raven. Straight up. That's sort of like a crow. This one. Yep. I can't look at these cards. It's crow upside down. Raven's the first card. Crow upside down is the second card. I can't make this up. I know I'm sitting here, just going through them. I've only picked two. Is that right? Wow. Why do I think I picked three? Well, this one was close in. Interesting. Snake. Wait, come back. Do that again. Which one? Okay, I'm going to put bat over here on the side and badger straight up as the card. But that other card was feeling kind of funky at the same time. Sometimes there's two cards side by side, and it's difficult it's like, do you want the first one or the second one? And is the hot spot on the second card that you still got in your hand, and or is it the first one you came to? And it's like, well, some bitch. So for this one, the bat was like really close. George testified that he went under a famous park, and there was what? George who? All right, I've got very few cards left. Let's see. So I've got Raven first up, Crow upside down, second card. Third is Snake upside right side up. Fourth card is the Badger, which means aggressiveness. This last one up is Mountain Lion. We got Bat over there that was in between Mountain Lion and the other one. I'm sorry, I forget y'all aren't in the room. I'm looking at the cards and I'm like, wait a minute, you're being quiet, and I'm sitting here, pondering on the card, and I don't think there's another card. Okay, it kind of sort of felt like there was one, but nah, nope. because I went back through them 3 times and I didn't get nothing. But we do have bat as a for the side as a sort of like a wild card. So let me get the book out. And I've gotten a lot faster at reading these cards. So, they don't take me an hour to read them now. I can skip through them pretty good. Is there no card for yourself? Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Um, None of these cards really relate to me, as far as any of my totems or anything. What I mean by they don't to me. All right. I was looking for my other light. We're starting off number 16 with Raven. Number 16. Yeah, I went too far. Number 17, Mountain Lion. I'll be back to him. Okay, Richard. Follow me, especially down the brook. Raven. Magic. Throughout time, Raven has carried the medicine of magic. This has been true in many cultures. It is sacred in the medicine ways to honor Raven as the bringer of magic. If the magic is bad medicine, the carrier may be honored out of fear rather than by respect. Raven magic is powerful medicine that can give you the courage to enter the darkness of the void, which is the home of all that is not yet seen. Gives you the courage to enter the darkness, which is the home of all that is not yet formed. The void is called the great, and in the great mystery exists before all other things came into being. Great Spirit lives inside the void and emerged from the great mystery. Raven is the messenger of the void. If Raven appeared in your cards today, you are about to experience a change in consciousness. That's what these energies are about, maybe a change in consciousness. I wonder if that card's for me too, after what we discussed, right, Richard? So, but anyway, this may involve walking inside the great mystery on another path at the edge of time. Now, that's one hell of a line. It would portend a signal brought by the raven that says, you have earned the right to see and experience a little more of life's magic. Like, hey, peek behind the curtain here. Raven's color is the color of the wind, of the void. The black hole in space that holds all the energy of the creative sources. What else about Raven? There's a whole other page, but things will just jump out at me. Raven is a messenger that carries all energy. All energy flows from ceremonial magic. Between the ceremony itself and the intended destination. In other words, you can send magic by Raven. You want to send healing. You think about Raven and send your prayer. This is what they're talking about. Raven would be the courier for that energy flow in order to heal someone else. So you have the magic of the universe at your fingertips. I mean, it's the magic of healing. It's the magic of being the messenger. Okay, so that's your first card up, and it was straight up. Now, the next one is you, Crow, number 24. But it's upside down. Now we know that upside down does not necessarily mean bad things. And Crow is about law. So now Raven's bringing the magic. And he's bringing the medicine of the magic. In other words, how we can do magic and what is magic and how, there are some simple things that you can do, and to other people they seem like magic, so it's all in the eyes of the beholder. But so anyway, here's Crow upside down. There is a medicine story that tells of Crow's fascination with her own shadow. She kept looking at it, scratching it, pecking at it, until her shadow woke up and became alive. Then Crow's shadow ate her. Crow is Dead Crow now. Dead Crow is the left-handed guardian. If you look deeply into Crow's eye, you will have found the gateway to the supernatural. Gaze into the eye of the Crow. Crow knows the unknowable mysteries of creation and is the keeper of all sacred law. Since Crow is the keeper of sacred law, Crow can bend the laws of the physical universe and shapeshift. This ability is rare and unique. All sacred texts are under the protection of Crow. Creator's Book of Laws, or the law, or Book of Seals, is bound in crow feathers. Crow feathers tell of spirit made flesh. Crow is also the protector of the Oglala, or the ancient records. Now it's upside down. So if it's contrary, so Crow's really important, you know? So there's a little outlaw in you today, huh? With Crow reversed. The rebel in you has given a yell, and all hell is about to break loose. So, ooh, interesting medicine to come up. A word to the wise at this point. Make sure that if you are stepping on toes, that you have some backup. The catalyst for a barroom brawl is usually the person with two black eyes. That is what it means to eat crow. If you do not plan to go to such extremes, Crow reverse may indicate that you are merely cheating a little on your diet or covertly watching the neighbors have a fight. Promises are made to be broken in any of these situations. The only loser is you. If you are lying to yourself on any level, you have lost the power of Crow. In seeing what is true, you may need to weed out past beliefs or ideas that bring yourself into the present moment. Contrary Crow speaks of needing to remember that divine law is not judgment or denial of self truths. Remember that divine law is not judgment or denial of self truth. Divine law is honoring harmony that comes from a peaceful mind, an open heart, a true tongue, a light step, a forgiving nature, and a love of all living things. That's a good one there. Honor your past as your teacher. Honor the present as your creation. And honor the future to your inspiration. Ooh, wow. Oh, that's okay. So you got some medicine coming in, or wow. So to honor the past as your teacher, honor the present as your creation, and honor the future as your inspiration. Wow, that's interesting. So next card up, Snake, number 6. I've heard different stories about Snake. And, Snake has been given a bad rap because he's a snake. And, it's like the boy can't help it. He's a snake, you know? Well, what about but he's a snake, He can't help it. He ain't got no arms or leg. He slithers around. What you going to blame him? So Snake is straight up transmutation. Now, these are 3 powerful cards right there in the beginning, Mr. Richard. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, you got Raven, it's the messenger, and you got Raven here, holy mackerel. And now you got Snake, transmutation. Snake medicine people are very rare. Their initiation involves experiencing and living through a multiple of snake bites. The transmutation of the life, death, rebirth cycle is exemplified by the shedding of the snake's skin. It is the energy of wholeness, the cosmic consciousness, and the ability to experience anything willingly and without resistance. It is the knowledge that all things are equal in creation, and that those things which might be experienced as poison can be eaten, ingested, integrated, and transmuted if one has the proper state of mind. Thoth the Atlantean, who later returned as Hermes and was the father of the alchemy, used the symbology of 2 snakes intertwined around a sword to represent healing. Complete understanding and acceptance of the snake and the female within each organism creates a melding of the two into one, thereby producing divine energy. That is interesting. On the mental plane, it becomes, wait, I'm sorry, I missed some. The medicine teaches you on a personal level. Through accepting all aspects of your life, you can bring about the transmutation of the fire medicine. This fire energy, when functioning on the material plane, creates passion, desire, procreation, and physical vitality. On the emotional plane, it becomes ambition, creation, resolution, and dreams. On the mental plane, it becomes intellect, power, charisma, and leadership. When the snake energy reaches the spiritual plane, it becomes wisdom, understanding, wholeness, and connection. Connection to the Great Spirit. If you have chosen this symbol, there is a need within you to transmute some thought, action, or desire. So the transmutation is that you want to find something that you're going to transmute, some thought or action or desire. And you got some powerful medicine leading up to it, just saying. So we don't know what it is. Number 29 is Badger. Now, Badger is all about 29. Making sure that, you know, you've got the aggressiveness to heal things. And Badger's upside down. So Badger medicine is basically, you know, it's got powerful medicine for medicine women. And Badger is also the keeper of the medicine roots. Badger sees all of the roots of Mother Nature and the healing herbs hanging in a burrow. These roots are a key to aggressive healing. If Badger is a part of your medicine, you are quick to express your feelings and you do not care what the consequences are. Got to be careful with that. Now, this is Badger upside down. So Badger is all about aggressiveness. So whatever's coming along, and aggressiveness has a part of it. Oops, here comes Badger upside down and fuming. This could mean that you are being chewed out by somebody else. You might have done something wrong. Or that you too have expressed your anger in an unhappy way, like slapping the Coke machine. If this applies to you, remember that all anger stems from anger towards the self. It is an anger or helplessness that is misdirected towards others. So don't do no anger at anybody. If you're angry at a coworker, you know, you're really angry at yourself. Badger in the contrary position can issue in a time of reflection on what you feel helpless about. Is it your lack of aggressiveness or your initiative? Are you doing your best? Do you think you're doing your best? In reverse, Badger teaches you the pitfalls of shyness. So if you're mamby-pambying around something, that's the message here. Be a little bit more aggressive. And inherently, an insecurity as well as a misuse or vicious aggression. Go to your feelings. Maybe you just need to let off some steam. If so, scream. In another context, Contrary Badger could be calling you to use some herbs and roots to heal your body or calm you down. But in any way, in any part of this, aggressiveness is going to be necessary. In other words, you need to follow through. You don't need to mamby-pamby. And it might be that in order to get something done that you've been kind of shy about, you need to break out of that. So, and the last one up is Mountain Lion, which in the pulling of cards, I haven't pulled in a while. So it's number 17. So I go back this way. Mountain Lion. So Mountain Lion is leadership, but it's upside down. So Mountain Lion can be very difficult because it places you in a position to be the target for the problems, in other words, the problems in others. So, you know, you're the platoon leader and crap goes wrong, even though it ain't your fault, everybody blames it on you. You know, Mountain Lion medicine involves lesson on the use of power and leadership. It is the ability to lead without insisting that others lead. It is the understanding that all beings are potential leaders in their own ways. The use and abuse of power in a position of influence are part of this great cat's medicine. The use and abuse of power as a position of influence are part of this great cat's medicine. So you've got the opportunity to influence stuff and, you know, mess around in it. And so, but upside down now we move. So if Mountain Lion card is reversed, you may be playing with fire. A leader who tries to lead through tyranny or dictatorship has forgotten the medicine of truth. You know, this sort of seems like a lesson in what's going on in politics today, if you know what I mean. You know, how do you know that a leader is a leader? And they lead by telling the truth, you know? Through the reversal of this medicine, you may be tricked into believing that nothing else has validity except the ideas created by yourself. In other words, you start turning into a narcissist. Watch out. Rome crumbled for this very reason. If this aspect of the contrary medicine does not apply to your situation, look at other messages which Mountain Lion brings in the reversed position. If you are avoiding taking your place of leadership, maybe you should, you know, maybe there are a bunch of clowns around and you know it, but you know you could get them in line and you don't do it. You just sit in a chair over there, then that's your fault. You should participate. If you want to put yourself on the road to being a leader in your own right, ask questions of anyone to whom you have given authority. So, if you've given authority to somebody else, ask them how they reached at that point. Become mountain lion by refusing to hide in the cave of your own shyness or uncertainty. So get out of the cave, quit hiding. So, how does that go? I just use their own areas and nest ones. Toss what? Crows, rocks, ravens, etc. They all chat. Yeah, you can, Mary. Give me a minute, okay? Let me recover. Ow. Oh, God. Oh, I'm sore. Eat doggies. What time is it? Wow, another hour's gone by. Holy mackerel! Well, it's to the tail end of this, and we're all here together. So, did the cards do you all right there, Crow Crow? I can't tell, but I can. Well, thank you so much. Now, y'all don't lie to me. If they don't match or whatever, then tell me where. I know, Richard. I think I do. But knowing what I do know about you, which is just, and what we've chit chatted about here, um, it looks like these cards are absolutely related to each other, and so it's like, okie dokie. So whether they were for you or not, they were at least together as far as the message is concerned, you know. And it seems like a good message, pay attention to the future, and in the void is where the future lays, or lies. And so you got to be brave to step into the void to take a peek at what the future may hold for you. And that's true with anything, any kind of business or anything. It's like, well, I don't know. Somebody offered me a job doing something, something. Well, have you ever done that before? No. But they said they'd train me and they'd pay me, $20 an hour. And, what should I do? Go for it. Well, yeah, but I don't know if you're going to train you and pay you $20 an hour, go for it. That's a good deal. Well, I don't know if I'm going to like it. Well, try it out. And then next thing you know, they've worked there 20 years and they're manager of their own, of that particular, business. And it's like, you never know until you try. Honest to God. And without being rude, there are people that say, well, that's just stupid, you know. No, you never know until you try, period, in anything, you know. Can I pee across the room? I doubt it, but I would never know until I tried. But I know there was a friend of mine who was here and drunk who tried to pee across the room. He damn near made it, but he fell in it, you know. Whoa, what's up with these cards tonight? Whoa, that's weird. You're clumping up on me? What's wrong with you tonight? Nuh-uh. I have to shuffle them until they tell me to quit. So, and I have to make sure that some of them go upside down. Doggone. I guess it doesn't really matter in shuffling. I just have to make sure that in shuffling, some of them will be in a position to be upside down. Because not all the cards should be right side up. Okay. Who am I doing this for again? Mary, it's you? What card was pulled? Okay, Mary, this card's for you, right? Hello? Okay, stop chatting. Okay, hush up. You want me to do the reading, then hush up. And whatever you may think or area or whatever, then float upon that. There's a lag going on. Okay. So, this is from Mary. Well, that's strange. Stuck together. No, I'm not asleep. I think that's it right there. Eagle. So we have mountain lion straight up this time, which we know is leadership. So that's interesting. And I looked at it and I was like, come on, no way. I've shuffled these things, And so if I had picked mountain lion again, it should have been upside down, But I shuffled the cards enough to know that it didn't stick to my fingers. I picked the mountain lion again, but it's right side up. So that was, oh, see, otherwise you might want to bury the card in the deck and go, no, that was wrong. No. So me picking mountain lion again was not wrong, especially when it turned it right side up, so. Is that it? Okay. So it looks like the next one up is our good friends, the dolphin. All right. Wait. Which one? I don't know. Now that one was So I left them together. I was doing a reading one night with Robert, and these cards, I pulled one, and the two of them were together, kind of thing. And I say they were stuck together. I couldn't tell which one I was supposed to choose. So in that instance, I choose them both. Because you never know. It's like, well, wait a minute, but no, I'm getting a hit on both cards. I can't just throw them back down, and go, nope, there's nothing there. Um, it's like that card there, and I'm still going. And man, that's a bunch of cards laying out there. Okay. Interesting spread. Several up on the upside down ones there, but we know that those can give us good energy things. So I don't see nothing else on the deck, but there's enough cards on the table there to last a lifetime. All right. I always lose the bag. One of these days, this poor Ziploc bag, returnable, is just gonna split all over the place. Okay, so this is what we got. The last card was Raven down. So the first card up is Mountain Lion with Eagle facing down. Then I've got 5 more cards, but this is a 7-card draw. So, but the next card up is Dolphin with Wolf right behind it. And then Weasel sneaks in behind the wolf with Whale Song coming up towards the rear. And then it finishes up with Raven. So we'll see. What a spread. You don't mind if I take a second and light a cigarette, do you? I hope not, because I am. While I look at this spread. And when I pulled the Mountain Lion card, I pulled the dog card that was sort of stuck to it. So I'm not sure, but the Mountain Lion was absolutely, and Mountain Lion is leadership. And I won't go into reading all about Mountain Lion again, but Mountain Lion is leadership and having people to follow you without insisting that they do. In other words, you do a good job, and you honor, and you honor the universe, you honor other people, and then folks will honor you. And that is leadership in that. Um, well, Fudge Muggy, where'd I put the book? Yeah, I'm getting tired. But I'm glad to be of service for you folk. Do something kind for people in the world. That's the payment. So the next one is Eagle, which is number 1 in this here book. I was supposed to light a cigarette and I still haven't. I know I'm not supposed to smoke them. Don't you get on to me. Okay, so you've got leadership, and Eagle is spirit. Okay. Eagle medicine is the power of the Great Spirit, the connection to the divine. It is the ability to live in the realm of the Spirit and yet remain connected and balanced within the realm of earth. So you're in two places, you know. You're in the magic spot, if you will, in the ethereal part of the world. And I was talking about it earlier myself, in that there have been times when I've been asleep for 2 days, and I come back and I can describe being in a spaceship, and but so anyway, in this, it is the ability to live in the realm of the spirit as well as the 3D world. So, there have been times when I think I could understand that, you're in two places at one time. But eagle soars and is quick to observe expansiveness within the overall pattern of life. From the heights of the clouds, eagle is close to the heavens where the Great Spirit dwells. The feathers of eagles are considered to be the most sacred of healing tools. If you pulled this symbol, eagle is reminding you to take heart and gather your courage, for the universe is presenting you with an opportunity to soar above the mundane levels of your life. Now that's eagle right side up. Eagle upside down is eagle in the reverse. You have forgotten your power and you've forgotten your connectedness to the Great Spirit. Oh, you may have failed to recognize the light that is always available for you and for those who seek illumination. Oh, heal your broken wings with love. Loving yourself as you are loved by the Great Spirit is the lesson which the contrary eagle brings. Loving your, I'm going to repeat it. Loving yourself as you are loved by the Great Spirit is the lesson which the contrary eagle brings. So, Great Spirit loves everything equally. And, you might think, well, you don't love me, or, get out of that mess. On some level, eagle is telling you to seek higher ground on which to build your nest. The nest is the home of the home of the heart, and cannot remain in a swamp. Eagle's nest is high in the mountains where the air is clean and the movement free. It may be your time for a vision quest so that you can commune with the Great Spirit again. Fasting and praying will surely bring an answer. Seek lofty ideals, and illumination will be close at hand. Seek lofty ideals, and they'll be close at hand. That's interesting. All right, the next one up is Dolphin, number 40. Not too far. Yep, that's what I was remembering. Dolphin is manna. The manna from heaven that keeps us all alive, that which is all around us all the time. Dolphin speaks to us of the breath of life, the only thing that humans cannot go without for more than a couple of minutes. And that's the good people that hold their breath. We can live without water, food for days and whatever, but we cannot live without air, but for a couple of minutes, if we're lucky. So this is a very easy way to connect with the divine energy coming from the Great Spirit, as well as with your own, even personal rhythms. I need that operation, huh? Dolphin is the keeper of the sacred breath of life. So we got the sacred breath of light coming up here. Um, we got leadership. We got eagle there. Now we got dolphin showing up with the manna from heaven. And it teaches us how to release emotions through dolphin breath. So dolphins, open that little hole and blow it out and, water shoots up. Okay. So dolphin creates rhythm swimming through the water and breathing before submerging and holding its breath and then coming back up. Manna is life force. Manna is present to every atom. Manna is present in every manna, in every atom. I lost my spot. Oh, okay. So it's present in every atom and in great spirit's essence. So man is in everything. Dolphin teaches us how to use the life manna through our breath. It revitalizes each cell and organ and breaks the limits and dimensions of physical reality so that we may enter the dream time. So I'm going to read that a little better because I'm having trouble with the glasses in the light. So Dolphin teaches us how to use the life manna through our breath. It revitalizes each cell and organ and breaks the limits and the dimensions of breaks the limits and dimensions of physical reality so that we may view the dream time. It breaks the dimensions of physical reality. Keep that one in mind. So, Dolphin is teaching us about the manna of life. And if Dolphin has appeared to you today through the waves, you are to be a link to some solution for the children of Earth. If Dolphin has appeared in your cards today, you are to be a link to some solution for the children of the earth. That's heavy. This can be a time when you are to link with the Great Spirit and bring answers to your own question to those of others. In addition, this can mean a time of communication with the rhythms of nature. Bobby dog. That's heavy. that you will be part of the solution with the children of the earth. Hmm. So the next one up, we got four more to go. Is wolf a howling? That's 15. It's interesting. There's, with the cards that I pulled tonight, I've not pulled uh, the moose or the antelope or any of those critters that have a tendency to show strength. Like big beastie kind of run from the lion thing. Wolf is the teacher. So here you've got Dolphin that's just going to teach about every single cell in you has got the essence of the creator, and that you are going to you know be involved in teaching and saving the children of the earth. That's like, whoa, dude, that's a heavy mess. And I dropped these cards, and I'm not quite sure if which ones were up or down. I got too much stuff in front of me. It's all falling down. So Wolf is the teacher because Wolf is the pathfinder, the forerunner of new ideas, the forerunner to new ideas. Keep that in mind. Who returns to the clan to teach and share that medicine. Wolf takes one mate for life and is loyal like dog. If you were to keep company with wolves, you would find an enormous sense of family. And I've been around wolves, and it's absolutely true. In the great Star Nation, wolf is represented by the dog star, Sirius, which legends tells us was the original home of our teachers in the ancient times. Sirius was thought to be the home of the gods by the ancient Egyptians and others, also by the Dogon tribe in Africa. It stands to reason that the native peoples here would formulate similar ideas. The sense of wolf are very keen, and the moon is its power ally. Ooh, so you've got a power ally. Wolf medicine empowers the teacher within each of us to come forth. So, in other words, it's sort of like a summoning. All right, there's a teacher within me, but you got to bring it out. You got to pay attention, and you might be scared and go, no, I can't be doing it. You got to get that strength going and go ahead. If you've drawn Wolf's card, you may be able to share your personal medicine with others, and that in that you will learn to be a teacher. It's in the sharing of great truths and ideas that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. Now, what's Trump trying to do right now? He's trying to make everything better and healthier and smarter and safer, but it is the sharing of great truths and ideas that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. That's how we spread it, you know. We tell the truth, we share ideas, and our consciousness in humanity will attain new heights. That's some serious stuff. And there are people now, as I was talking about 4 hours ago, that there are people who believe that we are in that shift. We with the solar energies and stuff, we are being um, hammered by outside sources. Not necessarily on purpose. But I want to remind you all, I got 3 more cards. I got to get a cigarette. And remind you all that I did that video, and also Cliff High did it, and I did my video talking about him. But it's about that signal that has come from outer space, and that when they got it from the Voyager, it said a bunch of stuff, downloaded a bunch of stuff, a bunch of people got downloaded, and at the end of it all, they were like, pull the plug on this thing. It was, they say it was dangerously, um, it was working dangerously, and they were complaining, in my opinion, that the download and everything was too fast, and they were trying to slow it down. And in that frustration, they were like, hey, slow it down up there. And they didn't. And so they panicked, and the best they could do was unplug it. And that's that thing from way out in outer space that has been pinging regularly. There's another frequency that's being pinned every 12 hours, a certain frequency. And for a couple of minutes, it goes ding, 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 and then it goes off. Now that's going on the planet. What the hell is that all about? Okay, we got more cards to read. All right, so we just come out of Dolphin. Oh, I'm sorry, we just come out of Wolf. Dolphin was before him. So Wolf is about family, and Wolf is about being the teacher and bringing the knowledge home to the rest of the clan. And, what was that line I just read? It is in the sharing of great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. We got to consciously, share this information, right? So, is that Whale? No, that's Wolf. Sorry. Number 41 is Whale. Yeah, but we don't have any buffalo or fox or anything like that. That's sort of like a normal. And so this spread is like, we got dolphin split by wolf, and here's whale coming up. So out of the cards I usually pull, both whale and dolphin in the same spread is a little odd, but if it fits, it fits. Whale is the record keeper. Uh-huh. Whale is very much like a swimming library. Whale carries the history of Mother Earth and is said to have been placed here by the ancients from the dog star Sirius. Now, we just got Wolf, who comes from the dog star Sirius. Now you got Whale coming in here with record keeping from the dog star Sirius. Coincidence? Biologists say that whale is a mammal and very possibly lived on land millions of years ago. Maybe the whale ran around like wolf did, but whale took a shortcut and went into the ocean. Who knows? Um, all of our petroglyphs speak of the motherland Mu and of the disaster that brought the red race to North America from the west. Beyond the great waters, the symbols in the petroglyphs speak of the rivers and the mountains covered by our ancestors when they sought solid ground as the water receded from the flood. Whales saw the events that led to the settling of Turtle Island, Pangaea, and has kept the records and knowledge of the motherland alive. Whale medicine people are coded in their DNA to understand the sound frequencies. Sound frequencies, not the frequency of sound, but the sound frequencies can bring up records in the memories of ancient knowledge. So folks have discussed the different frequencies, different sounds, different songs. Would folks would remember stuff from way back when. You know, so whale is this record keeper, and if you pulled whale card, you are being asked to tap into these records and to allow yourself to be sung to by those who have the original language, in other words, whale song. We are the only creatures who do not have our own unique song or cry, and that's true. In using your voice to open up your memory, you are expanding your uniqueness and your personal sound to the universe. So now I've got Raven and I've got Weasel, but Weasel was first and Raven was last. So it's warning that something's coming, but the teacher's going to have to be involved. And the medicine of whale, the medicine of whale is coming in, I think, to say, hey, in order to deal with this, you need to go deeper and go learn something. I don't know what, but that seems to be what it's saying. And 16, Raven. Now, as you get these cards, you can interpret them, the way you want to. But this is my feeling about how the cards are going. So there. And remember that Raven is magic, okay? And so we've got, golly, we've got some heavy hitting cards here with the magic. Oh, Weasel's first. I'm sorry. Yeah, and I need to do them in order. Weasel's next. I'm sorry. Was somebody hollering at me to do Weasel first? Okay, Weasel is stealth. Uh-oh. So the cards are asking you to be stealthy when you learn this information. That's interesting. Weasel has an incredible, almost amount of energy and ingenuity. Yet it is difficult power totem to have. The chiefs sent Weasel to the enemy camps to smoke them, in other words, to look for power. What are the medicines of the enemy? The chiefs asked Weasel, and he would always answer the truth. So Weasel's upside down. So Weasel is about stealth and getting around. So the upside down Weasel. If contrary Weasel is in your cards, if so, look out for intrigue. We had one of the other cards that said intrigue was coming. Someone may be using covert tactics to weasel into your life or into what you're doing. So look around and see if somebody's doing that wiggle wiggle trying to get into your stuff. Or perhaps you may be lying to yourself about something you know to be true. This can be a lie on any level. For instance, going down to the refrigerator at 3 and eating half of the pie that's there. Another message of reversed weasel is to acknowledge why you have been doubting your feelings. Now, that came up earlier too, to not doubt yourself, to stand up and be strong. So, you're going to be looking for information. There's going to be intrigue coming along, and it keeps saying that the cards do that. Um, Wait, I lost the spot. Oh, that this message of reverse weasel is to acknowledge why you have been doubting your feelings. Weasel upright observes all actions and feelings and situations with keen eyes. In the contrary, those feelings and abilities of observation are dulled until confusion sets in. That is important right there, I feel. Um, in the contrary, the abilities of observation are dulled until confusion sets in. So you got clear eyes, and then something dulls them, and then you ain't able to observe anything. That's weird. Be careful. So now I can go back to Raven, which is magic, I think. So this was a long one. I hope it's making sense to you. It is making sense to me. It seems like it's coming around 2 or 3 times to make sure that you understand that there's intrigue coming, and Raven is the magic, and Raven is the keeper of the magic and the keeper of the and the guardian of the void where the magic lies. Those who fear Raven may do so because they have been dabbling in black arts or something. Raven magic is powerful, that can give you the courage to enter into the darkness of the void, which is the home of all that is not yet informed. The void is called the Great Mystery, and the Great Mystery existed before all other things came into being. Great Spirit lives inside the void and emerged from the Great Mystery. Raven is the messenger of the void. Upside down, Raven says. Um, Contrary, Raven may portend a time of smoky, confused messages. Now, what did Upside Down Weasel say? Eyes was going to get cloudy and wasn't going to be quite sure. So that means to be careful and make sure you avoid that situation, whatever it is. So if you cannot imagine or pretend due to your lack of faith, due to your lack of faith in magic or miracles, Healing cannot take place if you do not believe. Raven may be pecking at the door to your consciousness, but you will not receive unless you clear the smoke out of your eyes and seek the other realms of imagination and awareness where the magic lives. So there's careful. You can see what's out there, but um, maybe poking at your consciousness because you won't receive it until you clear the smoke out of your head. So there's information coming your way, but you got to make sure that everything's clear to receive it. And for those of you on my channel, what do I always say? I'm here because I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. That's my prayer every single time. And during the day, when I don't do a live stream, uh, every single day I say the same thing. So, what did you think of the cards? That it's interesting. You got some intrigue coming, and information to learn. You know, with the manna of life, you have to, there's belief in these things. Do I believe that, you know, the energy that's literally all around me in the air is manna from heaven? Take a deep breath. And also, when you take a deep breath, learn how to breathe yourself. Find your own cry. Whales, like, we don't have our own voice. We talk, but, you know, that's something that the Cajuns like to do. And so, but that could be, that's my special song, sound. But, if I go, in a crowd of people, they go, hey, Dave's here, you know, where is that Noel boy? He's around here somewhere. So, there's a sound. So it seems that, you know, finding your own song or your own voice in that respect um, means a lot of stuff. It means maybe that you have to make a speech, or you need to go talk to the supervisor about something, and you got this problem and you need to go discuss it. And so, but you don't know how to do it. You don't know how to start, and you're flabbergasted. And it's like, find your voice and settle down. And remember that the manna is all around you. That as you breathe in the life of the Creator, because in the manna, in every cell, is the essence of the Creator. And so, a lot of good stuff in these cards. A mountain lion right off the top, leadership, be strong without having to beat people in the head. Lead by example. And so I don't know if that helped you, but I can see where the cards are. So, or, since I don't know what you was thinking about or whatever, I can see where it sounds exciting. Breathe. I need to do what? Making you think. It sounds, believe I need to do my breath work. Yes, absolutely. I'm going to help the children of the earth. Yep, absolutely. Here I sit, 72 and a half years old, 2 heart attacks and a rotor-rooter from a prostate. Been through a couple of things, bunch of broken bones, back surgery twice, um, neck surgery, been through the mill, fixing to go have my eyes operated on here tomorrow. And holy crap, you know, I'm just lining up. I've been through a bunch of stuff, and all the things. You're very welcome, Mary Wins, anytime. Yep. God bless you, Mary. And thank you, as always, for dropping by. I appreciate it every time. Each one of you has your own abilities and energies. And I can only pick them up through the cards. It's like, do I know Mary Wins any better? Well, I just pulled cards for her. And in a way, I'm now connected to her because I have pulled cards, communicated what these cards read, have sent that message and given that message to Mary. And she said, "Yep, I need to, uh-huh." So she saw the cards and the message in the cards. So guess what? That makes us connected in the quantum field. Because however my energy was able to go out yonder and pick up what Miss Mary needed and then come back and pull a card and then be able to convey it to her. I'm connected. I connected with, she didn't know it. Maybe she did, but my spirit went out there and took a look, sort of like Edgar Casey did when he did his readings. He would go into a trance and do his thing, and he would go out and see the person and then diagnose them. Well, in what I'm doing, and what I used to say is, in a crowd of people, raise your hand so my spirit guide can find you, right? So I think I've done a reading for Mary before. There's not many people in the chat, so I didn't feel that there was a bunch of people in the way of my, being able to see the spirit of Miss Mary. But I found her and pulled the cards, and that is what it is. But to the point, by my actions, I have connected with her in the quantum, and because once I have, that's it, baby. you know, I'm we're connected in that spot. You know. Oh goodness gracious me! So was that any fun? Did it help y'all at all? 5 hours and 18 minutes. Oh my goodness! This might actually end up being the longest. Yeah, I was promising earlier that I wanted to do cards, and there are certain, and I don't get it. All right, it seems like I've come over a hump here with this energy stuff going on. I feel different, and I don't have a clue why. I just feel like I have stepped up to something, into something, onto something. I don't know, but that there has been something change. And I've watched other people and other, um, podcasts talking about this same thing, that something has happened. They can't put a finger on it, but they all feel a change. So, yeah, the messenger. So let me ask you, I'm not sure if we had talked about this before. Do now all of you that's typing in there, please answer, because I need, like, is it one or two or is it 10 people? So Who feels like something has changed? Answer, please. I guess it could be as simple as a yes or a no. You don't have to explain. Do you feel like do you feel different, like something has changed? Mary, no. Crow says, yep. Richard, you say yep. So Mary, since you haven't felt anything, my question is, do you feel that stuff is just going to get worse? Geraldine, you say yeah. But Mary, you say it hadn't changed yet. Do you feel that something stuck? It's like, yeah, we ought to have a change, but it's okay. You feel the change coming. You just don't feel like it's got here yet. Well, the other day I was standing, work outside, trying to do some yard work or something. And I stopped just dead outside by the canoe. And it was like, drunk. I mean, it was like something passed through me. It was like, I was like, doodle doo doo doo, paint the side of the canoe and crump. But it just felt like something went through me. So, yeah, cheers, Miss Mary. Yeah, where is my bowl? It's right here somewhere. It's still full. So 420 to you. Wait, it was 420. Well, for a real 420, let's 420. So that bump I got the other day, 2 days ago, I think. I don't think the change will be good, though. You don't? Here's what I think, that the change is coming, but there are going to be a bunch of people who don't believe the truth. They're not going to believe the truth. And so, sort of like what's going on now, right, with the lawfare and stuff. Everybody don't like Trump. It's all Trump. No, there's cabinet members and they're allowed to speak up, and they do, and they work with Trump. So it ain't all about Trump. It's the cabinet members. It's other people within the community, within the administration. So, but there are so many people that cannot see past that they don't want change. The only change is to destroy the Republicans and us and this damn MAGA movement. And we ain't gonna let them. I'm sorry. I'm not a jump up and down MAGA person, but oh hell no. You're not gonna come in here and destroy it again. Oh hell no. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but oh hell no. You know. And a bunch of us down here, we're all saying, oh hell no, you ain't. You know. So the federal government, get this, might simply dissolve. The states say, we ain't going to give you no money. We ain't going to listen to you no more. And our governors who are elected by the people are going to take care of our states. And the governors are going to, have whatever trade between between states. And It might come along. Well, you states need a manager. Oh, really? Yeah, we'll manage your overseas stuff. You know. Oh, really? Yeah, for a cut, of course. Keep us in business. We'll take care of that for you. So, okay, future events. I don't know, but what I've been seeing for a while now, we'll see, is that it's gonna hurt. And other folks said it too. It's gonna hurt in the beginning. There's gonna be some folks possibly even die. But I think the folks that pass away during this changeover is going to be from circumstances. Well, and it might have been, well, I didn't get my check. Well, okay, let's go straighten it out, but um, like Elon has said that, if you don't hear his squealing wheels, then nobody's raising their hand that they were 150 years old receiving checks. So nobody wants to admit it. So there are things that people won't admit and don't want to admit it. Like Bill Clinton, he don't want to be admitting that he was diddling on that on that airplane. I seen him at the beginning of that, you know, interview. He looked guilty as hell sitting there in that chair. I mean, he was fizzing, palms were sweating. I mean, it looked like he was going in to get the electric chair. So it's going to be interesting. And everybody wants to see 33s everywhere right now. But people are saying, no, lock up Hillary. The person that's going around acting like Hillary, I said acting, and I mean it. She is not the real Hillary. She ain't. I'm sorry. You go back to when Hillary was Hillary and compare the two. The woman that came out of that building that day on that 9/11 memorial thing where she fainted and all that stuff, they took her to her daughter's place and all. And then a little bit later on, this woman appeared, came down the stairs, talked to a child, petted a dog, and waved to the crowd. And that's where they switched Hillary's, right there, right dead in front of us, because that's how they have to do it. But that is not the woman who's playing Hillary now. Again, is playing Hillary, and we were told back then that the real Hillary died, that her condition and everything was such that it got the best of her. And but that basically that was Hillary's last day. Now, if it wasn't, Hillary went into a coma. She had other issues because she had issues with her eyesight and her balance and her this and her that. A poor dear, was in a tizzy, with her body, and it was not cooperating. Now, there were some folks that said that body was the clone. Now, I could almost believe that because of the way she collapsed and the way she was like a rag doll when they were trying to put her in the van. I mean, they just literally picked her up, threw her on the floor, and shoved her in. Would you really do that to a human being? But if it was a clone, all bets are off. Yeah, throw this bitch in the van, and get her over. Let's go back to the house. So, but folks can say what they want, but I don't believe that the Hillary that's out now playing around, is not the true Hillary. Uh, that do I believe that Biden has body double? Absolutely, because you can go through some of the videos of when Biden comes out of whatever wing that is and walks down that hall and then cuts into the Oval Office, that whatever that side of the building is. He's walked along with people, and one day he's the same height as everybody, and in the next video he's this much taller, and he speaks differently. There's a difference up here in his cheekbone. It's close, I gotta admit, but he's a full head taller than the real Joe, and that's how you can tell. Also, by the way he stands, because because the fake Biden ain't sick. He can't act sick. He don't know how to get that Parkinson's thing going. He don't know how to feel what it's like to be that old and have his condition. Because the other guy looks younger. So, but yeah, I absolutely feel that Biden had a double. I don't feel that he did. I know that he did because there's video out there that can prove it. That's what I mean. They they said Bill was dying when. Wait, what? Was dying then too, and haven't seen him since. Well, the bill that was in that interview today, I haven't looked at it, but the bill that was sitting there looked kind of strange. I ain't lying. He looked kind of strange sitting there all by himself in that, and the room was bare, and he's sitting in a lonely chair and getting fixing to get asked a bunch of questions, and he didn't look good. That's all I got to say. There's several versions of those people: skinny, chubby, tall. All the world is stage. Yep. That statement, all the world is a stage. I was talking about that with my friend that we used to work at Prestolite. And we both agreed that, when he was like, when I put on my tool belt in the morning, I knew that I was a maintenance man. And I walked like a maintenance man with my tool belt. And I went out onto the floor to fix what I needed to fix because I am a qualified maintenance man. And, and I was like, yeah. So do you feel like you played a different character? And he said, yes. And I said, I had to do the same thing. I come from down here out in the woods and stuff. And, I go in there and I got to have a tie and I got to have my pocket protector and I got to talk all nice and sweet and shit, and got to sit around with a bunch of idiots. These folks were making almost 100 grand a year, and I was making 30 grand a year. And I was smoking their ass. They was like, well, I know this. I'm going to design this. And I was like, where did you come up with that? Dante told us all about what? About this about 10 years ago with clones and hybrids. Yes, he did. And why and how, etc. I pray he is well. Me too. Yeah, me too. I did that video, 2 weeks ago now, about the, Silent 72. And I put my 10 cents worth in. Um, that maybe, if he was near if that video, that last video that I saw, and you could hear the whistle of the bomb coming in, and when it went off, and it seemed like it was real, felt real, and that bomb hit nearby. That's a fact. Now, whether it injured him, other than throwing him, the force of the blast, forcing him backwards, did did it harm him in another way? Did side of the building fall on him and he had to crawl out from the rubble, or so? But it was a good time, like about 10 years ago, when he went into a I think he is what? Recovering and is ill. That's what you feel? Yeah. I kind of feel the same way, And it's like, and what I was just fixing to say was, a good 10 years ago, there was a thing where, there was something, a car went by and shot at him, remember that? And he had a flat tire, I think. And, but there was some kind of something that went on, and they claimed that he was killed. And there were pictures and stuff. And then, of course, it was a big hoax. I think he said that they had set it up on purpose. I think it's what he said. And so the being hurt, and I pray for him all the time. That being hurt is a good time to be quiet. It's a good time to be dead. If you're hurt, you're and injured in whatever way, you need recovery. And so if he's in recovery, then okie dokie, that's a good, I keep praying, and that's a good prayer. That's a good way to look at it. So maybe he's, being cared for, hopefully. And the order of his demise to be left as is. I don't think I saw anything that said Dante's dead. You know what I mean? We saw the rocket come in, and that seemed to be the end. Kind of sort of knew what that was. But if they put out something else, I've not seen it. Have you, Crow? I know you follow stuff close too. Hell, at this rate, I'll be up till tomorrow. It is tomorrow. So, but anyway, to all of you wonderful people out there, to all of those of you who have subscribed, to all of, oh my God, I've had 14 likes tonight. Holy mackerel. That's wonderful. Honestly, that's wonderful. I've never, I never go into the like and share and all that kind of stuff. You do what you do because you love me, or you think I'm crazy, or both, So, but know that I do love you all, even though I have not met you in this 3D reality. I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. I mean, it's imperative that you believe that you can do it. It's imperative that you believe. Do you believe that there are good things in the universe? I believe. Do you believe that there are good energies that are trying to make good in the universe? I believe. You believe we're going to make it? I believe it's going to be a tough row to hoe for those of you farm folk. You know, you got your hoe and you are, weeding cabbages, and you got that hoe and you go down it and you get to the other end and you go, mackerel, I gotta go back down this other one the same way I just come. And it'd take you all day to go down them two rows because they're long rows. So, you got to be careful. Snakes in the grass. And in this, what's going on with the government, there are snakes everywhere. So we got to pray that these folks, especially like Senator Kennedy, who is a blast from Louisiana, um, we got to make sure that we watch where we step. And same thing goes with walk where be careful where you step. And that means, like for me to on certain subjects that on YouTube, for example, I can talk about certain things, but I got to use code. Okay, I'll use code. Everybody in the audience will know that I'm using a code, okie doke. And if you don't know what the code is, we'll explain it to you. So, but anyway, I absolutely continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe. And I feel like I have been sitting around with friends. I feel comfortable. I mean, I can feel your energies, especially you, Richard, and Mary Wins. You all have got some strong energies, and so I feel like I have connected with you two. Now, Richard, you and I have connected before in another long, you know, uh, live stream, and but on this one too, I feel like I have connected more, and I mean, I just feel like I know you better. I don't have not a clue on how I can explain that. It's just a feeling. So with that gut feeling we both have, something's coming round the bend. Let's hope whatever it is ain't too bad and we can deal with it. Now that's the thing that has been in my head. All right. I was going to shut down, but I got to get this out for anybody who watched it this far. Um, that whatever's coming, it could be, a giant Godzilla, and it's trying to rampage around. And by golly, we got away. I had this weird ass dream, and it was like we were, me and another guy, we were, tasked with stopping Godzilla, and didn't say kill, but stopping him, right? And so I never seen this in a movie, but probably they did. But so we figured out a way to trip Godzilla and get him on the ground, and it worked, you know. So, and it was like, oh, ooh, blah, blah, blah. So that was all I could remember of the dream. But in the fact that that's all I dreamt, there was Godzilla, and there we were with like limited materials, if you will. And we used our heads and put it together, and we used some cable and some other things, and we were able to trip him, and he fell to the ground with a great crash, and everybody was like, yeah. But then, folks were jumping on him and trying to wrap him up. And anyway, they ended up catching Godzilla. So I had an invention in a previous life. No shit. That stopped Godzilla. Really? Well, I should go back to sleep and dream on these things because maybe the dreams will teach me how to introduce this to somebody and make some money out of the deal so I can fix the roof on my house and get me some teeth and get another operation on my mouth and, do some stuff. But in the meantime, I'll sit here and pray for you guys because I do continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. God, God bless y'all, and thank you for hanging out with me this morning. Until next time, I hope the cards did you well. Um, I'm planning on trying to do cards in the future. Just if you made it this far, hang on and keep an eye out, and we'll see what comes up. So until next time, my friends, keep it between the ditches. Please be safe.